the committee is resuming meeting number 26 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, which was suspended on March 11th, 2021. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format pursuant to the House Order of January 25th, 2021, and therefore members are attending in person, in the room, and remotely using the Zoom application. The proceedings will be made available via the House of Commons website, so you are aware, the webcast will always show this person speaking rather than the entirety of the committee. I would like to take the opportunity to remind all participants to this meeting that screenshots or taking photos of your screen are not permitted. And Mr. Clerk, doesn't look like anyone is attending in person today, is there?
That's correct, Madam Chair. No one is in the room other than staff.
Okay. All right, well, I will just remind staff, and if there is anyone subbing in, that the members please remind them that if they are in the room, they are to maintain a 2-meter physical distance, wear a non-medical mask when circulating in the room, and it's highly recommended that the mask be worn at all times, including when seated. You must maintain the proper hand hygiene using the provided hand sanitizer at the front of the room entrance. As the chair, I'll be enforcing these measures for the duration of the meeting, and I thank the members in advance for their cooperation. For those participating virtually, I'd like to outline a few rules to follow. Members and witnesses may speak in the official language of their choice. Interpretation services are available for this meeting. You have the choice at the bottom of your screen of either Floor, English, or French. With the latest Zoom version, you may now speak the language of your choice without the need to select the corresponding language channel. You will also notice that the platform's raise hand feature is now in the more easily accessed location on the main toolbar. Oops, sorry. Should you wish to speak or alert the chair. For members participating in person, proceed as you usually would when the whole committee is in a meeting room. Before speaking, wait until I recognize you by name. If you are on the video conference, please click on the microphone icon to unmute yourself. And for those in the room, your microphone will be controlled by the Proceedings and Verification Officer. A reminder that all comments by members and witnesses should be addressed through the chair. When you are not speaking, your mic should be put on mute. With regard to the speaking list, the committee's clerk and I will do the best to maintain the list. We'll be using, obviously, the list given to us in the toolbar, so you can follow along as well as to who's next. If there are any technical difficulties and anyone drops off, we'll remind you and try to keep the proper original order. You should not be losing your place in line. If technical issues occur. If any people end up attending in person, then we'll consolidate the two lists. Just a reminder to everyone before we pick up from where we left off, that currently there are 3 motions put on notice by Monsieur Terrien of the Bloc Party. There have been put on notice for some time now, since February 23rd. And around the same time, February 23rd, there was a notice of motion also put on notice by Mr. Blakey as well. Currently, we are still on Ms. Vecchio's motion on the prorogation study and the witness list. And where we left off last time was Mr. Luzon had the floor. And so just before I give him the floor, actually, one more reminder is that we do have the main estimates, but we don't have the supplemental. So the main estimates are not due back until near the end of May. And so we have some flexibility with that. But let me know if you wish for me to schedule a meeting on the main estimates at any point during our calendar time. So just a reminder to the committee members that is also coming up. And so we will carry on from where we left off. Mr. Luzon, you have the floor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. As you know, there are motions, notices of motions, but there's one before us right now on the government's reasons for the prorogation of Parliament in August 2020. Based on my experience in this committee, I have to say from the outset that I find it truly unfortunate that we are still discussing this issue. I was hoping that the wee charity affair that was dealt with in other committees, as I was saying, I find it truly unfortunate, and I was hoping that our colleagues opposite would decide to move on. I'm happy to stand up for the interests of the committee, but I'm quite familiar with political games.
Vecchio, point of order.
Fantastic. I just want to read the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or unusual practice, the motion of Karen Vecchio concerning the committee's study of the government's reason for the prorogation of Parliament in August of 2020 be amended with Part I by deleting paragraph B, Part 2 by replacing paragraph C with the following: renew the invitation issued to Katie Telford to appear before the committee, provided that if she does not agree within 1 week of the adoption of this motion, to appear for at least 3 hours. A summons due issue for her appearance before the committee at a date and time determined by the chair, but no later than 1 month following the adoption of this motion. And 3, by deleting paragraph D and B, and B be deemed adopted as amended on division without further debate. The reason I'm bringing this forward is we are willing to work on this. Madam Chair. I'll continue to speak till you call him.
Go ahead, Ms. Vecchio. You complete your thought. I don't know if this is procedurally in order, though, but after that, I'll take Mr. Turnbull's comment, and then we'll just decide.
Fantastic. We have sent to the clerk in both official languages this motion. I have heard Mr. Lozon several times talking about us wanting to drop this motion, and I think bottom line is we have said there are a couple of things that we would like, and this motion basically drops the majority of the bottom of the motion, continues to ask for both the Prime Minister and his Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, and the documents. But the remainder of the motion in question, I know that you were thinking it was unnecessary for the Kilburgers and the Speaker Spotlight. All of that is removed. We really chopped it down so that we could get to really the meat and potatoes of what we want to see here in this prorogation study. And so perhaps I with all due respect for what Mr. Lozon was saying earlier, we are here to find a balance, and so we are really willing to reduce our motion to keep those 3 items and remove everything else. So I've asked for that motion to be circulated, and the clerk should have that motion so everybody could read it. Thank you.
First thing to do is maybe just ask for if there is unanimous consent for her to proceed that way.
Sorry, Ms. Vecchio, thank you. Okay, so you are essentially moving, I mean, I know right away I did recognize that to move a motion on a point of order or an amendment is not typically,
no.
Yeah, it's typically not in order unless there is unanimous consent.
Yeah, unanimous consent.
And since you're asking for unanimous consent, we'll see if there is unanimous consent for you to move this amendment. It is also not typical for the amendment to be moved by the person who the original motion is from. But I guess we'll get to that if there is unanimous consent for Ms. Vecchio to even put this before the committee at this point.
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so at this point, we don't have unanimous consent, but you may have the floor, Ms. Vecchio, in the coming time. And at that point, it would be completely appropriate for you to do so.
Yeah, just bring it back.
Okay, and Mr. Turnbull, you had a point of order.
I think you've clarified my points of order. I was just concerned about Ms. Vecchio introducing an amendment, although I was very happy to hear her willingness to amend her motion. I don't think that's appropriate on a point of order. Thanks. So you've already clarified that.
Okay. I just wanted to hear Ms. Vecchio out before I went down that road of making comments and responding. So anyways, I think we will get to that point at some point soon. So Mr. Luzon, sorry for the interruptions. You do have the floor. And actually, you know what? Let me let everyone know who has the floor after that as well, so that there's an idea of the speakers list, because there was a speakers list last time when we had left. So it was Monsieur Luzon, then Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Mr. Sims was subbing in that day. He's not here, so he'll be dropped. And then it's Mr. Turnbull. So Mr. Luzon, Petitpas-Taylor, and then Mr. Turnbull. And then whoever, I guess Ms. Vecchio, then you would be, oh, no, I think Dr. Duncan, oh, no, yes, Ms. Vecchio, and then Dr. Duncan would have the floor. That would be the speaking order. Monsieur Luzon, sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
Oui, merci. Thanks
Thank you very much.
for your proposal. Mais
But I did want to say that we are willing to debate this for as long as necessary. Earlier, you were talking about respect. However, no self-respecting government would allow a motion like this to pass. Whether it be a majority government, a minority government, or any other, the Prime Minister was elected through a choice, a public choice, a choice by the population. And it's not true that we simply have to allow a motion like this to pass when it is so obviously partisan and when there's already a preconceived idea on the part or underlying this motion. It truly is unfortunate that as parliamentarians we are doing this, because we need to focus on issues that matter to Canadians. We're in the throes of a pandemic. We saw what the results of March break was. 2 weeks later, there are very worrisome cases arising. We're still in the second wave, and we're heading into the third wave. So, should we be concentrating on something else? We are a committee that can make a difference. We can make a difference in terms of procedures. And I think it's useless to be stuck here doing this. We need to face what's happening. We need to focus on much more important issues. I was speaking to my constituents over the week. We did more than 1,240 calls to the constituents in my riding. None of those constituents raised the issue of prorogation, and even less prorogation caused by the We Charity case. People are talking to us about what's happening today. They're talking to us about their needs. They're talking about their concerns. They want to know if there are elections, for example, how they're going to be able to be involved. They want to know about the millions of doses that we're delivering to constituents. There were thousands of doses delivered this week, and they want to know how those are going to be allocated and administered. So Canadians have many questions. They also have questions about the economic recovery. We need to focus on this so that we can have a good recovery. For generations, since wars, Canadians have asked these kinds of questions. They're not focused on partisan games. They're not aware of what we're doing right here with this. We need to move forward. And there are topical issues, too. We've made announcements. We've made announcements for all of us, for you, in your ridings. We've done this over the internet. We've done this with the government of Quebec. We've done this with me even. There was an announcement this week to connect our province by September 2022. This is going to be a partnership with the province. This is what people are talking to us about. This is what they want us to do. So here in this committee, we can speak about procedure and innovation and work in the house and family life balance.
We're talking about telework, and 40% of the people in my riding at present don't have access to the internet. They're unable to even listen to us as we speak here today because they don't have the internet. They can't follow what's taking place in the House of Commons. It is so important in our ridings to talk about important files, important issues like the economic recovery. We have files that are so important, so heated. We want to talk about climate change. We want to talk about economic recovery. We want to talk about investments in our transition to clean energy, to climate change. But we have to face the music. That's our reality. That is what citizens are talking to us about. They're talking to us about these issues, and we have to move forward with these files. We have to be current, talking about electrification, transit, green innovations, high-speed internet. We have to help all our communities, not just mine, but yours as well. There are other issues, too, that we would like to be able to debate with our population other than prorogation, issues tied to We Charity and such, to the We scandal, which is a scandal that people are trying to create, but we've seen what's happened elsewhere. And we've seen that there have not been any repercussions. We all know that the real reason is to restart the government. Let's be clear. This motion, and I mentioned it earlier, it's just a strategy to keep the We Charity scandal alive. Is it just a strategy aimed at that? Even after several other parliamentary committees looked in detail at the documents with regard to the testimony in this area, nothing showed that there was anything else involved. The Prime Minister drafted a report on prorogation. The Prime Minister justified his move with the issues based on the various subsidy programs, instead of dealing with issues that truly have an impact on what matters to Canadians. And there are issues out there. There are issues for our committee. You sent me a report that I've been working on every day, produced by the Standing Committee on Procedure, and it outlines our work plan for future committee business. I'm someone who likes to work with plans, but these plans for our work, well, they outline orientations for us. Are we giving ourselves the right orientations with what we're doing today? I don't believe so. I don't believe that we're being useful. I believe that in principle, we should move forward. And I'm convinced that no matter the changes, the amendments to the motion, the idea of calling upon the Prime Minister to appear is unreasonable in this context. We've all met with witnesses. We've clearly demonstrated, shown the reasons why the Prime Minister proved that prorogation of Parliament was a good thing. It was moved because of the pandemic. If the pandemic isn't a good reason, I don't know what good reason there might be out there to justify prorogation. That is the real problem here, Madam Chair. The opposition can't accept the fact that it devoted all of these resources, all of this time, all of this energy since last summer trying to create this crisis that doesn't exist. It's a crisis that, in fact, doesn't exist. It was invented to try to create, to bring about a conflict within a government, for a government that is trying to make the best decisions possible during this pandemic crisis to help as many people as possible, including in your ridings. These are your people. These are our businesses, our workers, our students. And sometimes we know that when we move quickly, we can make mistakes. Let's remember clearly that together we worked on measures. All parties worked on measures to find solutions. How is it that a worker who comes into my riding, how is it that we can ensure that this worker isn't penalized with quarantines, being prevented from going to work because this individual has to be isolated, fed, housed? We found ways of doing things. But all of the decisions that we made, well, we forgot the fact that a worker on holiday, coming back from holiday, would be paid during the 14-day quarantine. We had to take a step back, admit this, and work together indeed, to correct the situation. When you move quickly, when you make decisions rapidly in a crisis like this one that we're experiencing, clearly mistakes can be made. And that's what the Prime Minister told us, and we could read the frustration on his face after the appearance of the Prime Minister and ministers before the committee. They all stated the same thing. The wage subsidy, the subsidy for students is a good program. It's a program that had its place. This program for students, well, we thought we were doing the right thing thanks to it. But unfortunately, we failed in its execution, the execution of this program, because there's nothing perfect. It's understandable. Our government was in the midst of a pandemic, an international pandemic. And this is what matters. This is the important element here I want to bring to you. Because we're working with officials. And officials, I'm taking advantage of this opportunity to tell them, thank you. Thank you and bravo. Congratulations for supporting our government. That is such a tricky job. Think of the technological evolution that our officials are experiencing today. Think of all the rules that have to evolve with every decision we make. With each decision that we make, there's an impact on a financial system. The software hasn't even been devised to receive this pressure from the system. We're accomplishing miracles with the work of our officials who are doing their very best. And officials, these public servants, well, the public service for us is such that we must take advantage of this opportunity to say that they're also first-line, front-line workers, but they're working in the shadows, behind the scenes. Officials and politicians worked countless hours to ensure that all of these programs that we established would be available to help Canadians in difficulty. Of course, errors, mistakes were made, and I would be the last, the very last, to point the finger at anyone. It's easy to not make a mistake. You just do nothing. When you go into politics, it's because you have a broader horizon. And my father always told me that if I didn't try, I wouldn't learn. But if I try, I might make a mistake. I'm not perfect either. Perhaps I don't have as much education as several of you, but what I can tell you is that when I do a job, I always try to do it in the interest of citizens, and I always try to do my very best to make the best decisions possible, to gather as much information as possible in order to deliver the goods and to be as fair as possible. The day after the elections, I turned the page. Be you a bloc member, a conservative, an NDP, a liberal, if you have a need, a request in my riding, I turn myself into an official because that's what officials do. They're impartial, they're nonpartisan, they're there to help us move forward. And that is why I use them as an example to serve everyone. And as parliamentary secretary, we have the same theory. It's to help everyone. We've never had as many multi-party consultations to provide the best we can in all Canadian ridings for the New Horizons program. Deb and I, we're there for all citizens. We're there to work together. And there's nothing better than a situation such as this, even though a pandemic is not a good thing whatsoever, but it's an opportunity to show Canadians that we can and must move together, move forward together. The Canadian Public Service, as of the very first day, served the federal government. There was a convention put in place 152 years ago, about 100 years ago, during the First World War approximately. We moved from a public service where jobs for the post office and for customs were members of the elected party. Imagine that. And today we have a public service that is nonpartisan. And that's been the case for 100 years. We've retained the same model. And it's a model that we must conserve, no matter the government elected, no matter the prime minister in place. Everyone can count on the support of a public service that is neutral, nonpartisan, professional, based on merit. And listen, public servants are there to provide the services, the advice that Canadians need, and that the men and women who are elected to Parliament need, those who sit in Parliament. But they perhaps experience the same thing as us, an awful lot of pressure in the decision-making process. And we can make mistakes. It happens. Once again, I simply want to recall, to underscore the fact that our officials did their very best with We Charity. They don't have any bad intentions, these officials. Simply, we move too quickly. And we have the ability, the opportunity. Imagine, it's the greatest, the largest machinery in Canada, the governmental machinery, and we're fortunate to have a public service that can move from one government to the next in a click. In but a few days, we can turn around. But to do this, you have to adapt. You have to adapt the procedures, the processes. You have to adjust the rules. We're working with new rules, new regulations. There are all sorts of new MPs with all these new variants. We come full of ideas. We're freshly elected. We've got the wind in our sails, and we want to make changes. We're eager to make changes. But with every change, we have to improve the processes, the rules of the House. I remember on my very first day when I arrived in the House, I was surprised by the voting system. I said to myself, I can't imagine that for the rest of my career in politics, we're going to stand up in turn to say yes or nay, and to take an hour and a quarter per vote, voting into the night. I kept thinking about what we could improve. We've held our first electronic votes, but we know that a colossal job was accomplished in the background by our officials, by public servants, and these are processes that were adjusted over time that allowed us to live, to experience what we're experiencing today. And in fact, hats off to our public servants. And at the heart of the first wave of the pandemic, we worked at a crazy pace. And sooner or later, something was going to happen. It happened in the decision making.
Were we able to respond to everyone? Maybe there were some gray areas. We tried to meet the needs of everyone, but there were exceptional cases. We wanted to save all businesses, but did we achieve that? No, I don't think so. Will we have will everything go well after? Will we get back all the jobs that were lost? Already before the pandemic, we needed more jobs. Now, in some sectors, like tourism, will the situation be more difficult given that people maybe went to work in other sectors? So these are all questions that we need to examine. At the end of the fall, after many hours of testimonies, after having examined thousands of pages of documents and testimonies, the opposition understood that this was not going anywhere. And this is true for all committees. And what we're doing here is simply repeating what failed in other committees. And as far as I'm concerned, we need to continue to move forward and look what has happened in other committees. But still, we are here again with another motion concerning We Charity. It has nothing to do with the pandemic, with prorogation, but it states that it wants to examine the prorogation in August. So what the opposition is trying to do is not realistic. It's unreal. And this is not the kind of example I want to show to our youth who will be the future politicians. So I hope that I would hope that such motions wouldn't be used for to play partisan games. We have to try to draw lessons from this. But as we have heard before from witnesses, the government can advise the Governor General on prorogation, and the Prime Minister simply has to go to the Governor General and ask for prorogation. So that's something that needs to be respected. We have to understand that the Prime Minister, an elected Prime Minister, whether we like it or not, whether you like the Prime Minister or not, still he is the Prime Minister. And this is a decision that the Prime Minister takes to go see the Governor General and to ask for a prorogation. From the outset, that's it. There's nothing else to say. But he went further. He told Canadians why he was asking for prorogation. past prime ministers didn't do that. They didn't give a reason for prorogation. They did it. And the opposition is trying to use prorogation to say that it was too early or too late. Or without understanding what's happening in our ridings. If we look at our elders in long-term care facilities, while the Canadian Army and the Red Cross were supporting provinces in Ontario and Quebec in long-term care facilities, some were saying that prorogation was not necessary during the pandemic. If that is not a preconceived ideas, then I don't understand what's happening here. So for all these reasons, really, our Prime Minister has the power to ask for a prorogation to relaunch the work of the government. And we learned that the Prime Minister does not need a reason. Some witnesses said, oh, here's the reason, here's why we should prorogue. Here are the reasons in the past that have been used. But really, we don't need a reason for prorogation. This is a power that the Prime Minister has. In the past, prorogation has been used to reset the government, to reset the Parliament's agenda. And the time elapsed between prorogation and a new speech from the throne can last to a few hours to a few weeks. But witnesses said that it could have lasted a day. But there is work that is being done behind the scene. Who's working? I mentioned it before, our public servants. When we go too quick, sometimes we make mistakes. But today I can say that the speech from the throne was very well prepared. It was very interesting. And the opposition says that because of the time between prorogation and the speech from the throne, they say that this is linked to We Charity. We lost almost no hours of debate in the House. If we remember, it was the former Conservative Prime Minister in fall 2008 when he prorogued Parliament for weeks before coming back in the House. So I find it ironic that now we have a prorogation, but given that the Prime Minister is not a Conservative, the Conservative supports such a motion to try to create or manufacture a crisis that does not really exist. I find that very ironic. And some of the members of Parliament were in the House then. Prorogation is intrinsically a political act or political action. And there is nothing inappropriate in that. When I say that public servants are working to prepare the speech from the throne, to know what will be announced in the speech from the throne. But before the speech from the throne, there was prorogation, and that is a political action, and this is a power that the Prime Minister has. So why should the Prime Minister ask for prorogation? So these are questions that were discussed during testimonies. And because the government's agenda is political. And the government is trying to improve the situation for our population. And when we make political choices, it is to make sure that we will make better choices for Canadians. The opposition must see the difference between a political act and a partisan act. The government was elected based on its electoral program. And whether you like it or not, that program, that agenda was implemented and Canadians supported it. For example, there is climate change, to tackle climate change. That is a choice that Canadians have made. They placed their trust in our government. The government was elected based on its program, and the speech from the throne is a representation of that program, of the roadmap for the government. That is why we need prorogation and resetting so we can reset the agenda. That's purely political, and it's completely acceptable. That's the foundation of a prorogation. And to say that prorogation was caused by some other reason, and not the pandemic, well, that's why now we are in this committee that is not functioning properly with members. If I look at the motion, and I understand Ms. Vecchio, who has proposed a motion and amendments to the motion to try to improve it, because we know that it is not justified. There's no justification for the Prime Minister to testify here. How did we get here? It is because we had to reset the government to prorogue, and that is why we are here today. The government presented a speech from the throne in December 2019 based on our election commitments. We wanted Canada to go forward, but no one could have predicted the pandemic that started in March 2020. Yes, we had commitments. We want to increase old age security, but then the pandemic happened. And we were able to support elders with tax credit, with other ways too. We gave seniors more than $1,500. Who could have predicted that we would have given twice the amount that we had committed to seniors? And in a few days, almost instantly, my daughter reminded me this week. She told me, "Dad, a year ago, I was at my friend's house, and you told me, we're going to get you. You can't be with your friends anymore. The rules have changed where you are. We're going to get you. You can't hang around with your friends anymore." And she couldn't understand. She couldn't understand that she had to be away stay away from her friends, that they couldn't hang around together anymore.
And 1 year later, she still isn't seeing her friends besides her classmates in a classroom. Whoever could have foreseen this? So we had to prevent our daughter from seeing her friends. Now, if a situation that triggers that is not a good reason to prorogue Parliament, I don't know what is. When it affects your family, your friends, seniors who have suffered financially, physically, emotionally, seniors who were in long-term health care centers and saw their peers dying. Do you know, we saw frontline workers trying to support the health system. These are all good reasons to prorogue and reset and restart. Now, we're being asked, are you acting in good faith? When we are seeing that members of the committee are trying to link prorogation to the We Charity, trying to trigger a crisis which doesn't exist. I'm telling you, everyone knows this, and everyone knows that there were mistakes in We Charity. And I'd like to thank all those civil servants who tried to find the best way to help our students with grants and subsidies, because students also were affected by job losses. The tourism sector was affected, and that affected many students. There are many students in my riding who work in the tourism sector. We were severely affected in my riding, and I'm sure you saw that in your ridings. In December 2019, we had an agenda. However, everything changed because we were struck so severely that all our priorities had to change. Committees had to shift given this pandemic. And there's so much that we can do to help people. We should be talking about these programs and plans. I would have liked within this committee to have an opportunity to review the standing orders, to be able to contribute to all of the discussion. I would have liked to have been here from the beginning. I got here late. I've been somewhat of a guest compared to the permanent members of the committee. But I can tell you, when I become involved in something, I work hard, and I work hard with others. And there are points that I would have liked to contribute to our discussions. You know, members have an opportunity in their committees to propose projects, to propose studies, and there have been some very good ideas in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. When I was saying earlier on that we are all civil servants, well, let's think of the other civil servants. Let's think of the interpreters, for example. The interpreters are doing remarkable work. They are truly the ones who support us throughout our long hours of work in both official languages. And too often we don't take the time to thank them and tell them how much we appreciate their work. You know, we have an opportunity also to review interpretation services, we can look together at how these services can be helped and improved, what we can change and contribute. You know, if you are listening to these proceedings in the language of your choice, it's thanks to the work of the interpreters. Do you know, I was one of the founders in 2015 of the Rural Caucus. And today, there are still problems to discuss that I've raised in rural ridings. There are people who live in remote areas who have to travel 200 kilometers to be able to exercise their right to vote. Today, there is cybersecurity, there is advanced technology. Well, perhaps in this Procedure and House Affairs Committee, we could be looking at how we can improve remote voting. Perhaps we could be looking at how voting in rural and remote areas could be improved. So that, for example, seniors don't have to rely on someone to drive them 200 kilometers to be able to vote. We need to be able to provide new and improved services. These are the kinds of things we should be looking at in committees. And I will speak for as long as necessary on this, for 3 weeks if necessary, in order to show that we should be rolling up our sleeves, working together, and moving forward. Calling the Prime Minister before a committee when everything has already been said, everything has already been said about We Charity and their problems. There was a report after prorogation that was tabled. We've heard witnesses. We all had an opportunity to hear them, and we should be moving forward now. Earlier, I spoke about reviewing the standing orders. Well, we could be looking at, for example, elections laws. There's a lot of work that has been done. A lot of work has been done in this committee and in other committees, but things are changing so quickly. There are such rapid changes happening because of the situation we find ourselves in today that we always have to be listening. We always have to be aware and open to change. And this is a role that this committee should be taking seriously. We need to be able to propose changes here. And committee is the best place to do that and to table reports. I'd also like to speak to you about another important point. We need to be able to speak about family-life balance in the House of Commons. This is an important issue, and I'd like to speak to you about another aspect to it. We've talked about family-life balance, yes. There are more and more women involved in politics. There are more and more young people involved in politics. And these young people have children. And so there are many young children in the lives of politicians. And you know the kinds of sacrifices politics demand of us. Can we do better? We can do better. And I'd like to be able to make that connection between telework and family work balance. I'd really like to be able to look at that with you. I'd like to be able to undertake a study or talk about how we could study this. You know, this is so topical. And this is something that we should put at the top of the list so that we can make sure that there will be a good transition. No one's talking about it right now, but there are so many civil servants working from home right now, doing telework. And there is telework demanded on the part of the employer, yes. However, some may want to make that choice for the purposes of family work balance. Maybe this can improve their quality of life. Maybe if one of the parents can work at home and be there when children come home from school, maybe this will avoid things like hours spent in traffic. If one can work effectively from home, I'd like to be able to speak about that. I would have so much to say, and I have read and thought about the issue considerably. I think we have to look at family life work balance, but we have to include that aspect of telework. Why? Well, because of what we're experiencing now. We're doing this right now because we have to. If we want to be paid working outside of our offices, we need to work remotely. So people are at home, they're set up to work at home. However, no consideration has been given to whether or not everyone has enough space, or if people feel isolated, if they're alone from morning till night. They're no longer, for these people, their social life is work. And now they can't see their friends. They can't see their friends in the evening. They're isolated in their apartment during the day. And you see this in some of the cities, for example. And sometimes people do this out of choice initially, but now there are people working alone because they have to. Some of them are working at the kitchen table. So it's very difficult for many people, and these are the kinds of issues I would like to talk about. I would like to talk about these in our PROC meetings. And then there's the issue of parliamentary security services. I have spoken about this somewhat, but I haven't spoken much about legal services, for example. You know, so much is happening over the internet. There are so many issues that are topical that we could be discussing. There's also the issue of harassment, sexual harassment. And we could be talking about that in this committee. These aren't easy topics to discuss. There's also the issue of medical assistance in dying. We should be speaking about procedures. We should be talking about any procedures that need to be changed in terms of protection, legal services, harassment, protection of employees, of staff, of MPs. These are difficult topics, but we need to be able to do that, and we need to move forward. Here we are talking about prorogation in terms of an imaginary We Charity scandal, and it does not have its place here. It does not have its place in this committee, given everything we need to do and all the work we have ahead of us. We need to be able to talk about, for example, electoral district boundaries, for example. It's our responsibility to do this, and we should be starting earlier than later. There's a changing demographic situation in this country. For example, in my riding, there are many areas of rapid development. There's been a boom in some remote and rural areas that has been happening. There are cottages that are being built, cottages that have become homes. The real estate market has been developing. Right now, there's an overpricing within the real estate market. These are all indicators that demographics are changing quickly in our ridings.
And the big news that is changing things even more is high-speed internet that's going to be accessible. If I have lakes and municipalities that aren't developing, it's because people didn't have access to the internet. Today, with the commitments that the federal government and the provincial governments have made to deliver internet service, with the minister responsible who put in place several programs. The CRTC also developed a program. Even my province had a program. The federal government had a program. And it has just been announced that there will be a joint project with federal provincial subsidies. Imagine the demographic boom this will bring about in the regions, in rural areas. We have the data today. This data is realistic, most probably predictable. So we can take today's data, work as the Committee on Procedure and see what the increase will be in rural areas, the increase in population. We know that in downtown Toronto, in a street block where you've got 95% of people renting, we know there won't be many changes. But this will spread. Do we need more ridings? Do we add citizens to our ridings? Do we enlarge our ridings, make them bigger? And in our ridings, I note that there are 41 municipalities, and it's a 400 or 500 square kilometer region. If I have a dinner, an event in my riding, I have to find a room for the night to go back to my own home the following day. So we have to think these through. We have elements to bring to the debate with a view to changing the way of doing things and seeing what improvements could be made. That being said, I have another point that I'd like to discuss. Other than riding boundaries, all of the recommendations pertaining to the study of our trust conventions. Imagine that this is a file that was brought forward by a colleague. We want to establish a trust convention. When I read this, it awakened my curiosity, it piqued my curiosity, and I wanted to see what was involved. And I found nothing in my research work on this convention. I'm ready to listen. I'm ready to delve into this, to learn, and I'm curious to move forward and look at what might be achievable with a trust convention. For me, this is language that isn't current in what I've seen in politics since 2009 when I became involved, and I'm open to this today. But we'll have to work within the committee, put questions, and we'll have to have a day of work to deal with the motions we'll want to move forward and the work we want to deliver. The chair said that we had a budget to adopt. She mentioned that earlier. Well, we'll have to face the music and adopt a budget. Even if we're not traveling, we do have expenditures for all of the equipment, the technology, etc., for our guests, for their appearances before the committee. And in principle, that's the largest item because there's no traveling and we don't have any expenses as members of the committee directly. But we will have to establish a budget, set priorities, And we'll have to make these decisions. Therefore, in principle, all of the plans, the priorities, and the aspirations, I might say, that we have for our parliamentary session that could have been there as of the beginning of 2020 disappeared and were replaced by the urgent need of helping Canadians survive through the greatest world pandemic, the greatest challenge in the world since the Second World War. Things calmed down after the first wave. We were talking about the summer of 2020. The government had to determine if it was still possible to go forward with the plan set in December 2019. And in that regard, well, that point was made in preparation of the speech from the throne. No one around this virtual table can contest the fact that it was necessary to recenter our priorities after the first wave of COVID-19. We had to concentrate on economic recovery, the pursuit of vaccination, the importance of working well with the provinces in preparation for the distribution of vaccines, the preparation as well for a second and possibly a third wave. This is a situation, an exemplary situation, proving that it was needed to move to prorogation. It's been suggested that this was a political move on the part of the Prime Minister, and this is very understandable, as I've already said, that the justification can be questioned, but what matters is this. The committee received the reasoning, the justification of the government. In this committee, people are expecting to get justifications in order to follow up. The Prime Minister himself took the time to justify prorogation. And Mr. Rodriguez appeared before the committee, gave us the position of the government. It is absolutely not necessary that the Prime Minister or his Chief of Staff appear. And I'm not mincing my words here. Ms. Vecchio proposed amendments, but amendments such that the Prime Minister should be required to appear with his Chief of Staff. We know that this is purely political, and it's not necessary, not at all, that the Prime Minister appear before us. Frankly, why at this stage, with all that I've outlined here, everything that I've explained, and I'll conclude on this in a few minutes' time.
This is very, very important.
Frankly, why would we hear these witnesses here, whereas in the court of public opinion, all of the witnesses, in the eyes of the Conservatives, are already guilty? All of the opposition members say they're guilty. We've read it in the questions put, in the answers. They're guilty. They're guilty before even appearing before us. The idea or the mindset is already there. You want to scuttle someone, you've already scuttled. Someone in this committee has already decided what the outcome would be and is trying to make the story fit. Fit with what? Nothing, because these witnesses appeared before other committees. Why? For what result? Zero. Canadians are not interested in these political games. They're interested in the political games that the Conservatives and their opposition friends are playing. And Canadians aren't buying this. Canadian citizens aren't buying into this false crisis that people are trying to create. And in bringing this motion that we're seized with, it's so broad. It goes so far beyond our study that we have no other choice as members but to reject it. And if you like, we could talk about an amendment to the motion, a counter proposal later on, if you like, but I'll defend my point here until the end. You know, I find it interesting to talk to you, to explain to you how I go about politics with regard to our decision in the prorogation context. But in discussing this motion we're dealing with here today, I want to tell you how flagrant it is, how clear it is what the opposition is trying to do. It's not a study on prorogation, it's a study on We Charity. Prorogation is just a way of bringing this up here before the committee. I understand the frustration of my opposition colleagues. They tried for months to make this an issue in front of all sorts of committees and in the media, and they've obtained nothing. And now they're trying once again, and it's a last-ditch effort to embarrass the government with regard to We Charity. I understand their frustration. I understand the frustration when we say that during the pandemic, we helped seniors, especially the most vulnerable amongst them. And at the very outset, we had a GST credit that helped 6 million seniors in Canada. And the Bloc Québécois came out publicly saying, no, they didn't help seniors. The GST credit was for everyone, not just for seniors. Well, for us, a senior is a citizen. And in my opinion, citizens, my citizens, your citizens, Canadian citizens, belong to a country that I'm proud to defend. And the simple fact of the dates, look at the dates at which the documents were requested. That proves in itself that colleagues aren't interested in prorogation itself, but they're trying to tie in We Charity with all of this. Look at the history of this. I had to prepare a table. I've spilled water on it over time, but I have a whole series of notes here that I prepared over time to draw up the history of the events. And indeed, from week to week, I did spill a bit of water on my papers here, but it's easy through a very simple, concise exercise to see where the opposition was trying to go with a resolution such as this one. And its requests for documentation and appearances of witnesses. Well, the only purpose of this was to slow down the work of the government rather than to work to help Canadians. We're seeing what's happening in the House with MAID. None of this has anything to do with moving our issues forward. It's just to hinder the work of the government. And it's amusing to see the leader of the opposition say that he wants the government to succeed in providing vaccines to Canadians. Well, it's a joke. When we succeed, he's happy. And when we're deploying the vaccination program and it's not going as quickly as he'd like to see, he blames us.
Motion.
Donc, il est important.
So it's important for our government to gather all of the necessary opinions in order to help the government move forward. If this motion, if you think this isn't an attempt to slow down the government, well, nothing will prevent me from saying that what slows the government down in its work is something like this motion that ties in directly with We Charity. And we must move on to something else. The opposition must stop all of these partisan games. We must all work together for the good of Canadians and our country. We must once again concentrate on what matters for Canadians, which is economic recovery and helping Canadians get through this world pandemic. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will now give the floor to other colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luzon. Actually, it was interesting. The study you had mentioned, I mean, there's no motions that have been put on notice on that one, but we did look at modernizing Parliament. And at that point, we were, I think even Ms. Petitpas-Taylor was on committee when we first looked at that issue of family-friendly Parliament. And then that study went on years later. We picked it back up and called it Modernizing Parliament and made some recommendations. But I still don't think the work was done because there was at that time a lot of hesitation, and I feel like we've progressed beyond that point now. But anyways, brought back some flashbacks on different things we've studied here before. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, it is your turn.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And actually, yes, I was on the committee back then. And quite interestingly enough, the province of New Brunswick right now is looking at studying a family-friendly type of legislature in the province of New Brunswick, because as Monsieur Lauzon has indicated, we have an awful lot of young parliamentarians, and as such, they're looking at wanting to look at things differently. So it's good. Before I begin as well, I wanted to say a special hello to Richard Canning, the member of the NDP. Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Canning. I always have great memories of my first day in Ottawa that I met you and your wife in 2015 in our orientation session. And I think you and I both didn't exactly know what we were getting ourselves into. So it's great to see you, and thank you for joining us. It's always great. And I have to also say, Monsieur Lauzon, thank you so much for all of your comments. I have to laugh when you say that you're new to PROC and that you really want to make sure that you're carrying your weight. You're continuing to work. And I have to say, you're certainly contributing a lot to the committee, Stéphane, and we appreciate your wisdom and your experience. So thank you so much for all that you do for us.
Also, before starting, I must be frank. My comments are linked to something that Mr. Lauzon said earlier when we talk about the relevance of prorogation and to continue this study. And we've had many meetings on this. I think we can say that the opposition already has chosen its opinion or position. Last time I was in the House was March 11th. We were debating C7 that evening. I listened to all the speeches in the House, and often the opposition, especially the Conservatives, made links between prorogation and the We Charity. So I know that they would like to invite other witnesses. And I think that's unfortunate because we have to debate this issue here today again. I was hoping that after all the attempts that the opposition has made to study with, that finally they would have agreed to go to something else. But unfortunately, we're debating this again today. I think it's unfortunate because as parliamentarians, there are real questions that we should be working on. Many studies that would be beneficial for parliamentarians and Canadians, but rather we're not able to move forward. As my friend and colleague, Mr. Lauzon, during the last weekend, I was able to make phone calls and talk to my constituents during a weekend of action, as we call it, and never has anyone talked about prorogation and the study that we're doing here in PROC. That being said, what I heard in my conversation was a discussion about vaccination. And I could see that people had some hope. They saw the light at the end of the tunnel because finally the vaccination rate and delivery rates were increasing. So people had some hope.
Speaking about the many calls that myself and my staff and volunteers have done over the past week, hearing about the issue of vaccination was really what was key and paramount to the people that I spoke to. And prorogation certainly was not top of mind for people. And I would again say that probably most Canadians prorogation is not something that they think of day in and day out. But when it came to the issue of vaccination, I have to say, when speaking to my constituents, again, that they had hope because we know that the big lift, as Minister Anand likes to say, is starting to occur now. And for myself, I'm really excited when we're able to say to people that, our original objective of having 6 million vaccines by the end of March is now, not the case. We are actually going to have over 9.5 million vaccines in Canada by the end of next week. Like, that's really exciting. And I know that when constituents spoke to me this weekend, that's really what they were talking to me about. They wanted to know, they had questions about, Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, and J&J. Many opinions about that, but also what they wanted us to focus on was making sure that Canadians had the right information about vaccines. They wanted to be reassured and again, trust that Health Canada regulators are doing a phenomenal job. And when we hear that these folks are working around the clock to have the approval of vaccines, they really are. I know a lot of these people personally, and I can tell you, I see the black eyes, the black marks on their eyes, because they are literally working 7 days a week to get the work done. And yes, they do deserve our congratulations. And they're doing it because they want to keep Canadians safe. And they also want to make sure that the work needs to be done. We're not taking shortcuts, that vaccines are being approved in Canada. So what Canadians want, they want us to protect the health and safety of themselves and their families. They recognize that we need to get vaccines in arms as quickly as possible if we want to get a handle on COVID-19. But I also think what people are concerned about as well right now, and again, I find it quite disturbing and really unfortunate that we're here debating, this matter, when Canadians are also really concerned about the third wave that's probably upon us right now. And I shouldn't say probably, it is upon us. Coming from New Brunswick, our numbers are a lot lower per capita, and I'm very pleased about that. But I'm still concerned about all provinces and territories. And today alone, I was just looking at a number this morning that in the province of Ontario, we have 372 people right now. They're in ICU. And that is actually the highest number since the peak of the second wave. So the third wave is upon us in some areas. And it's really important to make sure that we continue to have all hands on deck to do the work that needs to be done. So not only do we have to have vaccines in arms, we have to continue to practice the public health guidelines. And again, last year, none of us knew what this was. We didn't talk about public health guidelines as much as we do now, but we know that we have to do that. We have to have a multi-pronged approach to effectively gain control of this situation. And I'm proud as Canadians that we continue to do that. And again, in Ontario, they were saying that over the past 24 hours, they've had 33 new admissions in ICU. So again, we know that these numbers are creeping up there again. We have to work together, and we have to make sure that we have all hands on deck. But I have to say, again, over the weekend, what Canadians want us to focus on, the issue of vaccines. Really proud of the work that Minister Anand has been doing on this file. She's been doing a lot of heavy lifting. Job has not been easy, and she continues to push those targets because, again, we want to make sure that the number of vaccines that are going to be coming in are going to be coming in as quickly as possible. So if I look at the province of New Brunswick, our small little province here in the East Coast, population of 750,000 total. But when we look at the number of vaccines that are coming in, that's what people in my riding were really concerned about and really excited about. So I just really quickly went through some of the lists of the numbers that we were seeing in the province of New Brunswick. And last week, the week of March 15th, we saw 9,300 vaccines that came into our province. But this week, how exciting, we're receiving almost 25,000 vaccines in this next week. And that number continues, on that trajectory. And that is without the additional 1.5 AstraZeneca vaccines that we are receiving from the US. So we can only see that the work that we're doing is going to continue to ramp up and to ramp up and to ramp up. And from there, the quicker that we can get vaccines in the arms of Canadians is absolutely key. I also have to give a shout out to Major General Faultier, who's been doing a phenomenal job with respect to the issue of vaccine delivery across the country. We certainly recognize that is not a small feat. We've asked him, it's really a logistic, the biggest challenge that I'm sure he's had in his career probably when it comes to logistics, but he's doing really a great job in working collaboratively with provinces and territories to make sure that that provinces get the supplies that they need. The other thing as well that I wanted to comment on, it was mentioned to me this week, that many Canadians aren't aware that not only is the federal government procuring the vaccines that are needed, but also all the equipment that is needed to make sure that those vaccines get into the arms of Canadians. And when we look at all of the PPE equipment, the needles, the swabs, and all the rest of it, a lot of work has been done in that area as well to make sure that not only we have the vaccines, but if you don't have the tools that are needed to administer the vaccines, we're not going to be ahead. So Minister Anand has done a phenomenal job, again, in that area in making sure that people have access to the tools. And I have to also comment, not all countries were as well prepared to have those additional tools that were needed. Some countries actually, because they didn't have the tools, weren't able to administer the vaccine. Therefore, we can see that Minister Anand has really taken a global approach in making sure that all that was needed
Point of
was
order.
needed.
Just questioning the relevance. If we could just get back to the motion. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Vecchio. So with respect to the tools and the procurement that was needed, and again, this being the area of priority that Canadians really want us to focus on as to what is really important for them right now, these are the types of things that people were mentioning to me. And again, the issue of prorogation, I can't say that it came up at all in the midst of my conversations last weekend, and also in my busy week in the riding that I had with meeting with many constituents. But if I focus again a little bit on the province of New Brunswick with respect to the PPE that the federal government has been able to procure for my province, if we look at the issue of rapid tests, the province of New Brunswick has received 377,488 rapid tests for our little province alone. For gloves, we've procured 578,000 pairs of gloves for frontline workers. Disposable gowns, 5,900. Respirators, 142,000. And surgical masks of all type, over 62,000. So we can see Canadians want us to be prepared. They want us to make sure that not only with the big lift of vaccines, but we have the tools that are needed to administer that. And I can see that our ministers have been hard at work in making sure that that gets done. The other thing as well that I heard during my phone calls this weekend, and again, my friend and colleague, Monsieur Lauzon, mentioned it, is the issue of seniors. We've certainly recognized that through this pandemic, again, we've said time and time again, that the pandemic has certainly shown the light of many inequalities and also many vulnerabilities that exist within our system. And the issue of people in long-term care facilities has certainly been key and highlighted and really, really disturbing for all Canadians. Through this pandemic, our government has really tried to work hard with provinces and territories in order to make sure that they received additional supports that were needed, because we recognize that the issue of long-term care perhaps belongs falls in the responsibilities for provinces and territories, but I think at the end of the day, it's all of our responsibility to make sure that our seniors are well taken care of. They worked so hard to build this country that we are privileged, to live in, and we have to be sure that we are there for them. In making sure that, we've provided additional funding through the Safe Restart Agreement, again, in order to prevent and to control outbreaks of infections, we have to continue working closely with them to make sure that they receive the supports. And again, this weekend, what's the relevancy, perhaps, is being asked. This weekend, again, the issue of prorogation was not the issue that was coming up. These are the issues, the long conversations that people really wanted to have and wanted to make sure that our government was really focusing on. We've heard of too many stories, and yes, in my province of New Brunswick as well, we've had some outbreaks in facilities, and we know how difficult that it's been on our seniors. It's been difficult on our family members. It's been difficult on everyone involved. But we have to make sure that our seniors are better protected, that support workers receive the training that they need, the protection that they need, the wage increase that they need. Again, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I'm happy that our government has been able to work with provinces and territories, and that is going to continue the short term, but also it has to continue for the long term. The other thing as well that was brought to mind many of times last week as well is the issue of long-term care standards. This is not something that we can take lightly. It's something that we have to continue to work with provinces and territories to make sure that we get this done right. The approach that Ottawa knows best is not the approach that is needed. We have to work in close collaboration with leading experts and also with provinces and territories. The reality in New Brunswick is probably not the reality in Etobicoke or in other parts, in Whitby perhaps, or other areas in the country. I don't know the names of all the ridings of my colleagues, so I'm trying just to kind of divide them up. But I think we have to look at, what are those national standards that are needed to make sure that everyone at least gets a level of care that is similar across the country, just like our healthcare system. When we look at the Canada Health Act, we have a Canada Health Act that's imposed in order to make sure that people have access to similar services. But again, we want to make sure that through our long-term care standards that are going to be putting in place, that people are going to have access to those similar types of services, and that should be expected of all. Another thing as well that I wanted to mention really quickly that I think is good news, however, we talk about long-term care. The good thing that we've seen thus far with our vaccine rollout, though, is that 89% of people in long-term care, and that was as of last week, have finally been inoculated. So that's really, really good news. I know it certainly warms my heart. And when my 99-year-old Aunt Lillian called me to say that she got her vaccine, she was pretty happy. So we need to make sure that we continue, that everyone that can be inoculated will be. But again, we have a lot of other folks that we certainly, have to focus on. Another point as well that came out for me during this past week, and again, I don't want to take all the time. I want to make sure that I share my time with other colleagues that have a lot of things to say. But during the conversations this week as well, a lot of people were focusing on as well seniors that are living at home. I talked about 89% of seniors have been inoculated that live in long-term care facilities, but in my province, we're still it's people that are 85 and over that are getting booked for their appointments, and slowly but surely, it's the age is going down. People in long-term care have been inoculated, but those that are living at home still have to wait for when their turn comes up on the list. We're fortunate in New Brunswick. We have over 200 pharmacies that are providing the vaccines. So the rollout is going well. And I really have to give a shout out to Dr. Jennifer Russell. She appeared before our committee during our study on election preparedness. But Dr. Russell and her team have really done a great job at informing New Brunswickers, keeping New Brunswickers safe. And at the end of the day, Dr. Russell has the trust of New Brunswickers. Every day at 2 o'clock, people still tune in, to hear her message. And that's where the decisions need to be. The decisions need to be with our public health experts and not with politicians. We need to rely on their expertise in order to move forward. But coming back to what I was going to mention about seniors that are at home, I know I've heard a lot of them this weekend, and I can tell you when they got me on the phone or last week, they certainly wanted to talk and had a lot to share about what their thoughts were about the handling of the pandemic. And overall, again, they were satisfied with the work that has been done. But again, they indicated to me that a lot of them were really lonely. This past year has been tough for them. we have these little bubbles, but many of them couldn't go out, and their bubble was really limited. So they want, as a government, they want to make sure that we continue to work hard in order, again, to get vaccines in arms, but also to make sure that we do all that we can to prevent that third wave from happening, because they want life to get to some sense of normalcy again, whatever that new normal is going to look like. And I think we all can be of the opinion that probably normal is not going to be what it was before. I think that we're all going to be changing our habits, and that's not a bad thing. But I think the quicker that we can get to whatever that new sense of normalcy is going to be beneficial to all of us for our physical health and also our mental health. So again, speaking to my seniors this weekend, the issue of prorogation was not the area that came up. What they did talk to me about as well, though, was making sure that governments provided additional services to people that were actually living at home. And in the province of New Brunswick, the issue of connectivity sometimes comes up. I'm fortunate in my riding that we've got high-speed internet pretty well all over the place, but I know it's not the reality for folks across the province. But we talked a lot about some different types of investments that we've made, perhaps some financial support that we've been able to provide to members, as my friend and colleague, Monsieur Lauzon, indicated. And I'm not going to go over the comments with respect to the amounts of money that have been given to individuals. But I know in my riding, there's a lot of great community organizations that provide support to seniors. And things have had to change because of the pandemic, because we couldn't have that physical contact amongst each other. And I was really pleased a few weeks ago that we were able to make a few phone calls to folks and organizations in the area to tell them about some investments through the Horizons for Seniors program. And I'm sure that probably all of us here in this committee have received some funding for different groups in our area. And, sometimes they're not huge amounts of money, but it makes a huge difference in the organization and how they can deliver service. And they can certainly stretch a dollar. This money goes far for them. So just to give you a bit of a snapshot of the type of investments that we've been able to make and some groups that have benefited from them. One group was the Canadian National Institute for the Blind. And they wanted to provide some services to kind of alleviate isolation for seniors that are visually impaired. And again, these are people that oftentimes would meet together in settings, and as a result, they're no longer able to do that. So this funding that we were able to provide for them was going to provide them outlets in order to alleviate that isolation that many seniors, are going through. We also were able to make some investments. And again, this actually came up during one of my calls, so prorogation didn't, but lawn bowling did, believe it or not, in my riding. But there was a Centennial Lawn Bowling Club that has received some funding. And for them, it's really to increase their equipment and also to give people lessons and courses on lawn bowling. And, we know again that spring is upon us, even here in New Brunswick, and that season is going to start soon. And physical distancing is possible in doing outside sports. So they were thrilled that they were able to get some additional funding, and they'll be able to increase their participation when it comes, to that program. Another group as well that received funding was the Kodiak Woodworkers Guild. Again, a lot of people, seniors that have woodworking experience, are going to be sharing their tricks of the trade and to really encourage people to get involved. But again, all while respecting social distancing. And I had to laugh. Last year, I visited one of these groups, and many of the seniors that now have moved in apartments have donated all of their woodworking equipment to these seniors facilities, and they're using their own equipment to teach people. So it's like a win-win for these folks because they didn't know who to donate their equipment to. Their children, in many cases, didn't want the equipment, but they still feel really valued. And as a result, through the additional funding that we were able to provide to them, we could see that it's going to make a difference. So again, seniors want us to work on their priorities and to provide them with the assistance that they need, the additional funding that they need to help them during these really trying times during the pandemic. So I could go on and on, but I'm going to probably save a few examples in the event that we, again, wanting to share a bit kind of what's going on in the the riding. But one other thing I guess that I did want to comment on was that the United Way of the Greater Moncton area. I know that probably many of you have United Way agencies, but the one here in Moncton does phenomenal work through the southeastern part of the province. And this time around, through the monies that we've provided to them, through the New Horizons for Seniors program, they also received a grant where seniors are preparing meals for seniors and delivering them at home. And again, they've seen that through the pandemic, this has really been really needed because many seniors weren't able to go to food banks or to get the additional support that they needed. And as a result, this program, this meal delivery program, has made a huge difference in their lives, and we will continue, to hopefully support them, find ways to support them as well. So, Madam Chair, again, I mentioned a lot of these types of examples today because, first of all, it's the pride of my riding. I'm really proud and pleased of the work that many just committed people are doing in the riding, but also just to demonstrate at this point in time, Canadians want us to focus on what's really important to them. Talking about the We Charity and the rest of it, again, is not what's on the mind and the priority of Canadians. I know that people indicate, well, it's the study on prorogation. I would say that over the past, several meetings that we've had at PROC, we have had a group of people that have provided us with valuable expertise when it comes to prorogation. We've had academics. We've also had the House Leader who came forward and provided us with testimony, very open and transparent, and also with his bureaucrats as to the reason of prorogation. And I truly believe that at this point in time, we are really at the point that we should start writing our report with respect to our recommendations. Encore une fois, j'oserais dire de...
Once again, I'm saying we need to start drafting the report because I think that's where we are at right now. Calling on the Prime Minister to come back? For what? It's clear to me that the opposition has already made up their mind. They're looking for a smoking gun, and we've heard several witnesses, and there's no scandal. There's no scandal. So I think now is the time to start drafting our report, and then we can continue to do work that is important for all Canadians. We had all these witnesses. Why would we call more witnesses when the opposition has already made up their minds about guilty parties? I think that we've heard everything. It's clear. As I was saying last week, when we were debating medical assistance in dying, even during that debate, I heard people making comments about prorogation. I really think there is nothing to gain by continuing to hear witnesses on this. With that being said, Madam Chair, in conclusion, I'd just like to make a few comments before I give the floor to my honourable colleagues. I understand the frustration on the part of opposition members. They have been trying for months to raise this in several committees and in the media, and they haven't been able to achieve this. And once again, they're making a last attempt here to make this We Charity affair into a scandal. Calling forward more witnesses and asking for more documents is just slowing down the work of the government. It's drowning civil servants in paperwork and spending precious time on this rather than on the implementation of good programs on the part of the government. On that, Madam Chair, I will wrap up by saying this.
Of a motion at this point in time, a notice of a motion, if that is okay, Madam Chair.
You wouldn't be able to actually move it, but you can put it on notice.
Can I put it on notice? That would be great. Okay. So the notice is as follows: that pursuant to its mandate to examine issues related to Elections Canada under Standing Order 108-3-A6, the committee undertake a study the issue of hate groups registering as political entities with Elections Canada in order to be able to access the tax advantage for fundraising and the voters list. That this study include a particular focus on any legal space given the existing transparency requirements for political entities laid out in Canada Elections Act and criminal code offenses related to hate speech directed towards identifiable groups that allow hate groups to access benefits intended for legitimate political activity with the express purpose of disseminating messages of hate. That the committee make recommendations to the government on how best to address this issue, recognizing the limits to free speech as defined in the criminal code and without, and I stress without, undermining key tools required for political engagement of legitimate political parties with Canadian voters. That the committee report its findings and recommendations to the House, and that pursuant to Standing Order, 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. That would be the motion, Madam Chair. I think that it's really timely at this point in time that PROC really do a detailed study on this matter. We certainly recognize that this is an issue of grave concerns, and I think that it would be very timely if this committee would be tasked in order to undertake this study. So for now, Madam Chair, I will cede the floor to my friend and colleague, Mr. Turnbull. Thank you so much.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Nader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Ms. Petitpas-Taylor for bringing forward that motion. And perhaps in an effort to move things along, why don't we seek unanimous consent to pass both Ms. Petitpas-Taylor's motion and Ms. Vecchio's motions on division, and get to work on the content of both motions. So we'll pass both motions on division, and let's move on.
Is there unanimous consent to do that?
No.
Okay. Is a good attempt to move us forward, Mr. Nader. So anyways, that motion is just on notice. As I mentioned before, we have the motion of Mr. Blakey and also 3 motions from Monsieur Terrien.
Madam Chair.
Would you be able to email? Yes, Mr.
Sorry, that's what I was just going to ask. If Madam Petitpas-Taylor could email to me a copy of that motion she just put on notice, that would be great. Thank you.
Will do, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyways, something that came to my mind too, just before I logged on into this meeting and when I was listening to you speak, Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, talking about New Horizons, I had joined a group virtually just before this meeting, that was funded through New Horizons, and they were a seniors group all learning to use tablets. And they were also talking about how, technology has been the savior for a lot of us through this pandemic, but it's been so difficult on them because some of them just don't even know how to use that technology to their benefit, right? So it's nice to see that there's groups doing work like that and training seniors so that they'll have access to a whole bunch of different, things like groceries, banking, all of that. So it was nice to get in touch with those seniors from my riding this morning. Mr. Turnbull, you are next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks to my honorable colleagues that came before me and made such great speeches and remarks. Before I get started with my argument today, I would like to also put another motion on notice. It's a shorter one perhaps, but no less important. So the motion is that pursuant to its mandate to examine issues related to Elections Canada under Standing Order 108.3A 5, the committee undertake a study of the issue of the Ontario Superior Court decision on Section 91(1) of the Canada Elections Act and consideration of any necessary legislative amendments. My French is not great, that's why I said it in English, but I will email it to the clerk in both official languages. and I'm pushing send right now.
Okay.
A point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Nader.
I think that's a very worthwhile motion. I would note that that motion was an amendment I made in the previous Parliament on that exact issue, which would have prevented this court challenge. And unfortunately, the committee at the time didn't adopt that motion, but I'm glad the government has now come around to the Conservative view on that. And perhaps we could see if we can have UC to adopt all three motions, Ms. Vecchio's, Mr. Turnbull's, and Ms. Petitpas-Taylor's, 3 for the price of 1. Let's get to work on these 3 issues and see if we can't move this committee along. I'm optimistic this time, Madam Chair.
Well, good ideas can come from anywhere, Mr. Nader. Especially often they come from you, so I won't say they can also come from you. So I'm glad to see that you're in favor, at least. But I don't think that the committee probably changed its view on the UC. So I mean, unless you want me to formally.
Appel au règlement, Madame la Présidente.
Monsieur Thérien.
Mr. Thérien? Yes, Madam Chair, forgive me. I would greatly appreciate seeing all of this in French to be sure that I'm following the discussions properly in order that I might reach an intelligent decision with regard to what's being proposed. So I would first and foremost like to see the documents in French, please.
Be moving forward on any of this right now. It's just been put on notice, like the other motions that we have from you, Mr. Thérien and Mr. Blakey. And we will remain on the debate on Ms. Vecchio's motion at this time. And Mr. Turnbull has the floor right now on that motion, on Ms. Vecchio's motion. But you'll be circulated a copy in French shortly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, I did just send a copy in both official languages to the court, so that should have been received. And I do appreciate Mr. Nader's attempt to sort of let's make a deal the situation here, but I don't think we have unanimous consent. So I'm looking forward to delivering some prepared remarks that I've been spending a lot of time continuing with the argument that I started making in one of our previous meetings. I think it was actually 2 meetings ago, where I referenced the document by the chief statistician, which is a 134 or 135 page report of key statistics that was gathered, or I guess collected and analyzed throughout the period of the beginning of the pandemic to around August 2020. So this information was relevant at the time of prorogation. It was, I think, serves as a foundational document of extremely important and relevant data to inform evidence-based decision-making around sort of resetting the government's agenda. And I believe very strongly, and I'm going to argue today, that all of the data points to very specific and important themes that show up in the speech from the throne. And so to me, this again provides significant rationale as to why prorogation was necessary and why a new speech from the throne really was a chance to reflect the needs of Canadians and also check in with them through an extensive consultation process, which I've spoken about before. So, and the argument really starts off from, I think the key conclusion or the key argument that I want to make is that if a global pandemic is not a good reason to prorogue Parliament, then really nothing is. And that, I think, is something that the opposition parties around the table here should be keeping in mind. I know that the opposition doesn't seem to be satisfied with that, and I feel like they want to fabricate a kind of narrative that suits their political purposes. But really, I mean, I think you could continue to deny that this is a legitimate and good rationale with reasons that existed for prorogation. But I think that's really denying the evidence and the science behind this and the specific facts about what actually occurred and happened following from prorogation. So, and I say good reasons and rational arguments because we've seen recently that the Conservative Party in particular, I know, has denied even climate change being real. and to me at their national convention. And this again is, I think continues to show a disregard for scientific evidence and research. I think the hypocrisy is thick here, to be honest. Harper prorogued 4 times in the better part of a decade where he served as prime minister. And no disrespect to Stephen Harper, but the Conservative Party or any of its members, but the party's spokesperson gave reasons each time, especially in 2008 and 2009. And all of the reasons given were very consistent with, concerns about an economic crisis or recession at the time, and wanting to check in with Canadians and key stakeholders and opposition parties. And my argument is this, is that our global pandemic that we've been living through over the last year and responding to as a government is at least 10 times greater than the recession in 2008 and 2009. So if we are honestly sitting around the table thinking that proroguing Parliament wasn't justified, it just seems hypocritical to me to claim that, especially when the economic crisis was so much worse. And mind you, this is a public health crisis first and foremost, but it has economic and social implications that are deep and far-reaching, and we all have been living through that together, and it's been challenging for every Canadian out there, every one of us for sure, but I feel very privileged to be serving Canadians at this time and advocating for them first and foremost. But we're not immune to the impacts as well, and we've all experienced losses in our families, local businesses, isolation, the mental health challenges, et cetera, et cetera. The list goes on and on. So I think we're all feeling this and getting through it together. And I really wish that instead of debating this motion, which seems to be nothing more than political games, I would say it would be really great if we could get down to business that matters to Canadians. And I think my colleagues, Ms. Petitpas-Taylor and Mr. Lauzon, painted the picture from their perspective in terms of what their constituents are asking about today. And this is not on their minds. This study that we're doing is, I would even venture to say, is almost completely irrelevant to Canadians right now. And that's a bold statement, I know, because I think many opposition members are committed to doing this and pursuing this, but I'm still struggling to understand why. And I mean, I guess I'm really at a loss because I have to assume it's again for only political purposes. I want to reference a couple of statements that were made in the media in relation to the 2008 and 2009 prorogations of Prime Minister Stephen Harper. And one of them was in 2008, a CBC article, and this was a direct quote from the article. "Last Friday, I asked Canadians to give us their opinion on the parliamentary situation. That feedback has been overwhelming and very clear. They want Canada's government to continue to work on the agenda they voted for, our plan to strengthen the economy." Again, referring to prorogation, it's very clear that this statement was made that this was a chance to work on the agenda. It's both assumed that the agenda was something that wasn't abandoned, but also that prorogation was justified based on wanting to strengthen the economy and look at how the government could do that at the time. Another Toronto Star article on the same prorogation in 2008, there was a statement made, it's the opportunity to work in the next 6 weeks on these measures. And I invite all the opposition parties, especially those that have a responsibility to the whole of Canada, to work with us, to inform us of their detailed position, and we'll be there to listen. So again, this expresses this idea of consultation with opposition parties, responsibility to Canadians, a chance to sort of reflect and listen. And that was justified in 2008 by the Conservative government at the time. So, and then 2009, and one could criticize whether prorogation was necessary again a year later, but I won't go there today. For our purposes, I just want to clarify what reasons were given, which I think are are very consistent with the reasons that that our government has given. So this is my point about hypocrisy being kind of thick in this moment in time. So in the Toronto Star, Dimitri Sodas, who I've never met, but I understand was the spokesperson for Prime Minister Stephen Harper at the time, said that the recession easing now is the time to engage with constituents, stakeholders, and businesses in order to listen to Canadians, identify priorities, and to set the next stage of our agenda. So resetting the agenda coming out of an economic recession that was slightly easing. One could draw a very similar parallel between the easing first wave of COVID-19 and its economic impacts and the chance to reevaluate, do the consultation necessary with constituents, stakeholders, and businesses, and reset the agenda. So this is exactly the same. It's so blatantly parallel. It's hard to deny. It's hard for anybody to deny, I would say. A CBC News article from Ottawa, Dimitri Sodas again said, this is quite routine, referring to prorogation. But it is also important to give Canadians an overview of where we will be taking the country over the next little while. A CTV article, Sodas said, there's nothing out of the ordinary about doing this, referring to prorogation. And then Maclean's, Sodas said, a new parliamentary session is needed to set in motion basically the next phase of the economic action plan. So again, all of these, statements that were made in the media that justified prorogation in 2008 and 2009 were almost identical. Only we have to remember that government, its 4 times of proroguing, didn't provide any evidence or any report back to the House to justify why they had prorogued. So sure, Canadians were left guessing, and sure, these reasons were given in the media, and that was acceptable at the time. Our government introduced a change to the standing orders that required transparency around this process. And here we have opposition parties now trying to claim that we haven't been transparent, and they want to do an extensive study that's already been done multiple times, mind you, at other committees. And so this is just a repeat. It's a rinse and repeat until they get what they want, which is holding up the very important work that this committee could be doing. And I want to speak directly to Ms. Vecchio's, live streamed constituents. I know she's live streaming this on her Facebook account, but I really think that this.
Point of order. He is misleading people. I believe it's the debate that's going on in the House of Commons today that is being live streamed. So Ryan, if you could clear the record and make sure you give the correct information. Thank you.
I know Ms. Vecchio was doing that in our last meeting, so I just assumed it was. So if I was wrong, my apologies. Yeah.
Clarification, I guess, made. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So, the other thing is that experts say, so just to round out that point, it's very hard and it's very, rich, I think, for specifically the Conservative parties, sure, other opposition parties that haven't prorogued or that we're not talking about at this moment, but I think specifically for the Conservative Party members to be saying that our government lacks transparency around this when we've used, when both the pandemic presents at least 10 times the impact, and we've actually amended the standing orders previously and complied with that standing order that and produced a report. We've had the government House leader come and speak to us. We've done a study. We've entertained this, in terms of understanding the rationale for prorogation, and still they persist in wasting this committee's time. And I do believe it's a waste of time. I'm sitting here, I'm preparing for hours and hours and hours to speak to this motion, which I fundamentally disagree with, and I will not stop arguing for it to be defeated. I will not stop to speak to this because it is a waste of our time. And we're here to serve Canadians. We're here to do work that matters to Canadians. I would like to be talking about misinformation within the elections process and what we can do about combating misinformation. I think there's so many other things we could be doing. the safe passage of the bill that was put forward. I think it's C19. Sometimes I get the numbers mixed up because there's so many things happening. But the bill that we worked on, we did some great work in this committee, some really fantastic nonpartisan work to move us forward as a country and understanding if an election is called, which I know we all don't want an election, but we looked at if it's called, what do we need to do to ensure that Canadians are safe and they can exercise their democratic rights and vote within a safe electoral process. And that work is so impactful and important. And here we are debating this instead of moving that. We could be doing a pre-study on that bill to make sure that the bill itself passes more quickly when it does come to our committee. So many better things that we could focus our attention on right now that are more relevant to Canadians. Look, this is just the start of my remarks today. I have a lot more to say. And I'll try to be brief. I will try to be brief, but I do have a lot to say, and I've been reading extensively and preparing for this conversation. So I don't, I just know as a new member of Parliament, it's sort of my job to speak, and advocate for the things that I believe in and that I think my constituents would want me to be saying and doing. And I'm very conscious of that, and I take that very seriously. And like Mr. Lauzon and Mr. Pettit-Pot-Taylor and all my colleagues, we're working hard for Canadians. So I want to also point to something else that is a key piece of evidence. If I were a witness on this committee, I would introduce. But experts say that this pandemic has been approximately 10 times worse than the recession in 2008 and 2009. And they're almost incomparable. So, when we look at the statistics, the recession in 2008, 2009 is a blip. It's a blip compared to the economic impacts of this public health crisis that we're all living through and trying to manage our country through. So I want to refer to a specific article. It was in BNN Bloomberg, April 27th, 2020. The title of it is COVID-19 to Spur Depression 10 times Worse than 2018. I have actually a whole host of other articles, but I'm just referring to that one so it's on the record that it's not just me saying this. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm reading expert opinion and advice and bringing that to the committee. I'm not making stuff up here. I would also add that one can't even say that we can use what we learned from 2008, 2009 to apply to the current health crisis and the induced economic crisis based on our public health crisis, because they're so different in attributes and characteristics. I started to say this last time, and I'm prepared to talk more about this in the future. But I think there's there's a very big difference between a supply side recession and a demand side recession, and there is lots and lots of analysis that economists have done to look at the differences between 2008, 2009, and the 2020 and 2021 economic crisis. And so I would just say maybe to be continued, but I think, it's not just 10 times worse, it's completely different. So we can't even necessarily apply some of the learnings from that past crisis to this one because they don't really apply. There may be some aspects of it that do, but I think it's pretty important to point that out, that they're qualitatively different. And this one is much more complex and deeper. Getting back to my original argument, I referred to the report from Statistics Canada. I've read it pretty much back to cover or forward to back and back to cover numerous times, and I've made notes about it, and I think it's important. And the reason why I think it's important is because the key message in the throne speech that I've found opposition parties to contest and trivialize and call, a buzz term or a catchphrase, this message of build back better, which I know some people may perceive as kind of just a buzz phrase or a catchphrase or a talking point or something. It certainly may sound like that to you, but to me, and based on all the evidence that I see, from Statistics Canada, I believe that message resonates with Canadians, the majority of Canadians, that we need to build a sustainable, resilient, inclusive, and equitable economy moving forward. And now is the time. We have an opportunity, just as we always say, COVID-19 is an unprecedented crisis. We haven't seen this in 100 years. We also have an opportunity coming out of this to really address the deep inequities in our society and our economy, and to ensure that we have an economy that works for everyone, that builds pathways to inclusion, social and economic inclusion, and that protects our planet more than anything else. We've got to make sure. So to me, if you believe in social justice and you believe in environmental sustainability, our speech from the throne really would speak to you. And that message of Build Back Better isn't just a buzz phrase or catchphrase. It's something that we believe in and that stakeholders across this country have been echoing. And they've been echoing it because it resonates with them, not because it's a talking point or I don't trivialize that. It encapsulates what people want to see in the future of this country. So to me, when we look at this, but I guess what I want to do is bring it back to the statistics and the information that we have, and specifically the information that was available at the time of prorogation, which is relevant. I mean, now the economic crisis and the social impact of COVID-19 have gone through a second wave. And now, as Ms. Petitpas-Taylor rightly pointed out, we're in a third wave. And so we're going to experience that, I guess, exponentially in this third wave. So, look, I want to get down to making my argument. That was a sort of bit of a preamble, but I wanted to outline the sort of overall kind of architecture of the argument that I'm making. And I really think that it's important for you as members of this committee to know where I'm going with all of this. And now I'm going to provide you with evidence and research and information that I think substantiates it. Okay, so first of all, the economic impacts in general. So there's a whole bunch of categories to the economic impacts in general. There was an unprecedented decline in outputs. So, and this again is based on August 2020, but it's 5 times greater than 2008, with the worst impact on the economy in the service-based industries. Real GDP fell by 2.9% in 2009. Real GDP fell by 12% in 2020, and that was only after the first wave. Okay, so already, you can see that the impact was greater, and that was only during the first wave. Also, I want to quote this report by the Chief Statistician of Canada. And I'm not sure whether this should be attributed to the person that wrote the report, because there's probably a whole team that worked on it, but I will just quote it. The road to recovery will involve major adaptations for businesses and households, which poses challenges for an equitable and resilient recovery. Interesting that those phrases should be used right off at a fairly early point in that report, but I certainly think that that's relevant for where I'm going with this argument. So another point that's, I think, important to keep in mind is that historic declines in all economic activity were experienced. That includes imports, exports, business investment, household spending, real GDP at market prices. So those are 5 categories. So not only did real GDP fall, but all of these other economic activities experienced historic declines. In Q2 2020, household spending had decreased by 13%. Okay, let me just scroll down here. Also, employment earnings fell by 9%. So 13% decrease in household spending, 9% in employment earnings. And our government's emergency relief measures ensured that Canadian families got direct payments through the CERB and other income supports. They led to disposable income and household savings actually increasing eventually. So they went down to from 8% to 28%. This is based on a reduced cost of living, and this will also ensure that people
Point of order.
Sorry, yes, Mr. Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the translation wasn't coming through clear, so I just want to make sure that it was coming through in French.
It's not coming through in French to you?
No,
Mr.
actually, no. My apologies. It is now.
Oh, sorry. Okay,
So-
are you able to hear me right now?
Yes, I can. Yeah, there was something wrong with my headset. I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, all right, no problem, Mr. Long. Mr. Turnbull, sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If possible, I'd like to move an amendment to Ms. Vecchio's motion while I have the floor.
Oh, okay. Mr. Turnbull, go ahead.
So that the motion of Karen Vecchio concerning the committee's study of the government's reasons for the prorogation of Parliament in August 2020 be amended by 1, by deleting paragraph A, 2, by replacing paragraph B with the following. B, renew the invitations issued to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion, and appear separately before the committee for at least 90 minutes. And 3, by replacing paragraph C with the following. B, renew the invitations issued to the Honourable Bill Morneau, Craig Kielburger, and Mark Kielburger, each to appear separately before the committee for at least 90 minutes. And 4, by deleting paragraph D to H.
Do you have a version you can email of that amendment as well so we can see it?
Yeah,
it's a little
I can do
hard,
that.
even with Ms. Vecchio's first attempt. It was handy to have the emailed version so you can understand even when we go back to it, we'll know what she was talking about. Okay, Mr. Clerk. So since he had the floor and he's moving an amendment to the motion he's speaking on, he can continue to speak to this amendment, or what would the committee
Madam
have to
Chair,
do
that's
this?
right. He would be able to continue to speak, and debate will now be on Mr. Turnbull's amendment.
Okay. All right, Mr. Turnbull.
Okay.
Would you like to explain your amendment maybe a little bit? I think an explanation is probably needed.
If we could get that amendment before we discuss.
Point d'ordre, Madame la Présidente, effectivement, j'aimerais...
Point of order, Madam Chair. I would like to have the written version of the amendment to see to what extent it is actually amending Ms. Vecchio's motion. If it is amending it to a greater extent, perhaps it's not in order. So I would like to see the written version of the amendment of Mr. Turnbull, because it's amending another amendment.
Want to just suspend for 15 minutes while that gets circulated? You can take a look. Also take a bathroom break or whatever might be needed, and we come back in 15 minutes.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you all back in 15 minutes. And actually, do you mind if you just give me 1 second here? I'm alone and my doorbell is ringing. So we were on Mr. Turnbull's amendment, and everyone has received a copy of the amendment. I don't know if you also were able to take a minute or so to skim it and take a look, but Mr. Turnbull, you have the floor right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks. I'll be happy to give a bit of an explanation about this this amendment. I think the amendment is clear. Everybody's received it, but it essentially focuses on renewing invitations to the Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth. And I think this is relevant to this study. And the reason I would say that is to renew that invitation. Perhaps they couldn't come at the request of the committee last time, but I think renewing the invitation would be a smart thing to do, especially given my speech, which is related to diversity and inclusion and the deep economic impacts that we've experienced as a result of COVID-19. It seems to me to have those ministers come back would be beneficial. I would also just add that the speaker's spotlight section of the original motion is one that particularly concerns me. The same with the document request or the request for records from We Charity. I think these two sections of the original motion overstep dramatically. I think why would we be dragging folks into this conversation when there's no way that they would have any information that's relevant to prorogation. I just think that it's a fishing expedition. It's asking these individuals to do, who are not, public representatives. They're not politicians. They're individual citizens that own, with Speaker's Spotlight, they're a private company. They have no knowledge of prorogation. I don't think they even understand. In many cases, we've seen that people outside of government don't even understand the process of prorogation and what it means. There's very few people that talk about it in my constituency. So I found that it's not a topic again that I think is on the forefront of people's minds. And I think that we've got to stop, treating private citizens like they're under an investigation. They've had no, we've heard from the government House Leader and who speaks on behalf of the government, and I think gave really detailed testimony and
Oh,
an
you look so
explanation.
beautiful today.
Oh, thank you, Karen.
Karen, you unmuted.
Okay.
Doesn't it happen at the perfect time sometimes? I don't know. It's just.
I'll take the compliments and thank you very much. It must be my my hair.
Yes, Mr. Turnbull, you look dashing.
Oh.
Carry on.
I was fishing for compliments there, but Ms. Vecchio gave one so liberally. It's great. You know, I think that that's sort of, you know, some of my sentiments here are really, you know, we're amending to cut out portions of this that I think are not valid or I think useful for pursuing the reasons for prorogation. I think with the renewing invitations to the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion, I think those are particularly relevant given what we've been saying, which is that the rationale for prorogation was really based on these deep inequities that we're experiencing, how the pandemic has hit sectors very differently, how there's in my remarks, you know, I prepared lots of data and information to demonstrate to you just how far-reaching and how deep the impacts are in terms of inequity and who those impacts are predominantly, you know, hitting. And so youth are one of those groups, and I would say youth almost above any other group other than women and visible minorities, I would say, are the other two major segments of our Canadian society that are really impacted by COVID-19, disproportionately impacted. And there's a lot of robust information on that. You know, for example, I'll just use this as an example to illustrate my point here, which is that you know, so first of all, a quarter of families did not have savings to avoid poverty to get them through 2 months. New Canadians, lower educated workers, and diverse population groups were the ones that struggled the most, but it was over a quarter of families. A third of families did not have enough savings to handle a 3-month work stoppage. And the financial vulnerability was pronounced in people that were under 35 years old, unmarried men and women, both in terms of the statistics, and single mothers. And those were highlighted in the statistics in the report that I was previously highlighting. In addition to that, visible minority groups were at higher risk of work stoppage. The percentage of workers employed in accommodation and food services and arts and entertainment were disproportionately or overrepresented. Minority groups were overrepresented in specifically Korean, Japanese, Southeast Asian, Filipino, and Chinese people were overrepresented and thereby had much higher risks of work stoppage. So they were experiencing that very differently than the rest of the population. Poverty rates also were highest among Koreans, West Asians, Arab, Chinese, Japanese, Black, and Southeast Asians. There was an unequal impact on low-wage workers, far greater than 2008, 2009. The average monthly layoff rates of employees by wage decile comparison. So I looked at the bottom decile, which is the bottom 10%. In 2007, the monthly layoff rate was 1.8%. In 2009, the bottom decile experienced a 2% layoff rate. In 2020, that was 13%. So in other words, the lowest wage workers were the ones that got hit the hardest with the most layoffs. And those jobs in those industries are you know, visible minorities and new Canadians were overrepresented in those groups. So 6 to 7 times greater the impact than the 2008 and 2009 recession. And again, that was just after the first wave. Also, I think we need to note that unequal impacts the unequal economic impacts were reached other portions of the population: youth, less educated workers, women, recent immigrants, and temporary employees. The difference between temporary and permanent is really significant. So if you're a temporary employee between 25 and 50 years old, it's 20% lower job loss rates compared to 2019, experienced by August 2020. So if you compare year over year, there's a 20% lower employment for temporary employees. If you compare that to permanent employee job losses year over year, it was only 3% in the same age category. So 3% to 20%. This highlights just how much temporary workers or temporary employees were laid off much more frequently as a result of the pandemic. The explanation is quite simple for that. I think we all realize this intuitively, but people with permanent jobs can more frequently be done from home. So, many of the more temporary jobs out there were ones that were likely on the front lines and in sectors that they're most impacted. I want to just reference for youth for the moment, because I think this speaks to why the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion, and Youth, should be re-invited to come back to the committee. And that is that youth were, I think, probably the hardest hit. It's hard to actually identify which one of these equity-seeking groups would be the hardest hit, but certainly youth have gotten hit extremely, extremely hard. And I just want to give you a few pieces of evidence for that. Employment loss is greatest among youth, 870,000 job losses. And that's just within the first wave of the pandemic. Okay, so this isn't up-to-date statistics because, again, we're talking about prorogation. So I only looked at the data and information that would have been relevant at the time of prorogation, which would have been up to and around, August. So all of this data only reflects from basically March to August 2020. So 870,000 job losses. There was weaker recovery among young Canadians after the first wave. There was that period in the summer of 2020 where I think there was, there was a dip, certainly in the case numbers, significant, and there was some recovery happening. And I think I have lots of information about what that looked like. But full-time work among young Canadians was down by 23% and dropped even more for young women. It dropped by 30%. So in fact, young women were probably the hardest hit. Approximately 50% of young women work in retail and food service and or accommodation. So that industry was one of the hardest hit, or those two industries, I should say, because retail is separate from food service and accommodation, but those two industries were hardest hit. Retail did start to bounce back, but obviously got hit again by the second wave and another set of public health restrictions. But youth would have felt that disproportionately, right? Because they make up 50%, approximately 50% of young women work in those two industries. So that's pretty high. That's, so again, and that's young women. So why are young women disproportionately impacted? I think because they work in retail and food service and accommodation more often. Young workers entering the labor market also will take an earnings hit for up to 5 years. This is really interesting statistic, is that young people aren't just taking the hit during the pandemic, but that their income earnings are expected to basically decline for up to 5 years or more. So first of all, the youth unemployment rate hit the historic high of 19% during the pandemic, and it's the cumulative earning loss would equal between it's estimated by Statistics Canada to be between $8,000 and $15,000 over that 5-year period. So, basically youth are taking a earnings loss as a result of the pandemic. Even in, our recovery period, they're still going to likely take a hit. So how can we address that? I think that's a key question that prorogation would have been entertaining as, well, what can we do about this inequity that youth are experiencing that probably exacerbates some of the inequities that they already experience? The percentage of workers facing high risk of job transition also is another really important point here. So, basically, we all know that this pandemic has increased the trend of teleworking, but it's also increased the trend of digitalization, which, in many respects, actually, it doesn't just mean teleworking, it means automation of jobs. And whose jobs are at highest risk of being displaced by or replaced by automation? Well, in fact, it's people that have jobs that require less education. So, essentially, the less educated you are, the more likely you are to be in a job that's at higher risk of being replaced by automation. This highlights another extremely important equity issue. The other thing that's interesting to note is that in the statistics, teleworking, it was basically the lowest wage jobs that were going to likely get replaced by automation, and the highest pay jobs were the ones that were most likely to be able to operate from home. So you just think about the equity issue that creates for our recovery as a country. Anyway, these are things that the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion, and Youth could definitely speak to, and I think that's why I think those witnesses are still potentially relevant for this study. So hence the amendment. In terms of the overall economic impact, and I think having the reason that the amendment still includes a renewed invitation to the previous Minister of Finance, the Honourable Bill Morneau, and the new Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Chrystia Freeland, is that they would both be able to speak to the specific economic impacts to this crisis, and at that time when prorogation happened, I think, which is all the more relevant. So this sort of speaks to why this amendment makes sense from my perspective and is an improvement from Ms. Vecchio's original motion. And I hope that members of this committee will support this amendment, and will be greatly interested to hear what other members of the committee think. And perhaps I will, just before I close, I'll add a little bit more emphasis to the remarks that I prepared that I think relate to the amendment, which is the depth of the economic impact that we've seen, and hence the reason for re-inviting the Minister of Finance, because I'm sure she's studied these impacts greatly, and her team has been seized with understanding the full scope of and the depth of the economic scarring and how to recover from this. And I think that's relevant information that would help substantiate the reason for prorogation. I'm just going to look at here. So we know that there were historic declines in labor market activity. There were employment losses of 3 million workers between February and April of 2020. Employment rose by 1.9 million jobs between April and August. So you could see very quickly that there was quite a significant recovery. That's still a loss of 1.1 million jobs, a net loss, but there was 1.9 million jobs that came back essentially after the first wave rather quickly. Labor market indicators, again, if you compare February, we had an unemployment rate, a historic low of unemployment that our government had worked really hard to create jobs across Canada. And we had a historic low in February of 5.6%. That number jumped to 13.7% in May, but then started to fall back down in July and August. And in August, it was 10.2%. So starting to recover, nowhere near, obviously, where we started, which was 5.6%, which is great. But is a telltale sign that, what we were doing, I think, was having an impact. The employment rate also, which is the flip side of this, we started in February at 61.8%, so almost 62% of Canadians were employed, of those that are of the age that Statistic Canada uses, and that number fell to 52.1% in April, then rose again in July to 57.3% and was at 58% in August. So again, only roughly 4% below where we started in February. So in fact, in August, things were starting to look better. If we assess the recovery to date based on the time period, again, I'm basing this all on August 2020, between February and April, 5.5 million Canadian workers had been affected negatively by the public health measures that were implemented. So this wouldn't all have been job losses. Some of it was maybe income earned for hourly workers, hourly paid workers. But by August, the number of impacted workers had fallen to 1.8 million. So again, starting to recover pretty significantly. If you think about those numbers, that's just shy of around 3.7 million people had or workers had sort of recovered from the losses, the negative impacts that they'd experienced in between February and April. So lots to consider here. I think I will allow some, I will cede the floor now and give an opportunity to some of my colleagues on the committee to make some remarks about the amendment that I put forward, and hoping that we can get somewhere in this meeting and move on with this. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Ms. Vecchio, you're next.
Hi, thanks very much. Seeing no further speakers, perhaps we can take this amendment to a vote.
Dr. Duncan is on the list as well, next after you.
Well, thanks very much. Go ahead, Dr. Duncan.
Okay.
Sorry, folks. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, folks. Madam Chair, can you just clarify, we are discussing the amendment that my colleague has made?
Yes, it's to call forward the witnesses that Mr. Turnbull has mentioned.
Okay.
So it eliminates a couple of witnesses, the Prime Minister essentially, and Katie Telford, and the Spotlight, I guess. And we're on the amendment, yeah, as Mr. Turnbull has so explained it, I guess, in the last little while.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleagues for their previous speeches. I thank Mr. Turnbull for bringing forward this motion. And I'll begin by saying that I really appreciate our committee and the work we have been able to do together on establishing electronic voting and providing recommendations for a possible election during a pandemic. And while I get the motion, politics of the motion that was at hand, and I just can't fathom that there is anything more important than addressing the unprecedented global crisis that we are still fighting. I will, of course, support the amendment that my colleague has made. I think it's important. I think it's important that we recognize that we've lost more than 22,000 Canadians They are not just numbers. They are our grandparents, mothers, fathers, loved ones, neighbors, colleagues, lifelong friends, mentors, and heroes, and they matter to so many more people. Many people have lost their jobs and businesses. Healthcare and frontline workers have faced great risk and challenges, and all Canadians have made sacrifices to keep others healthy and safe. Almost 2 weeks ago, Canadians came together to remember, pay tribute, and to grieve all those we have lost to COVID-19 during the last year. We reflected on the hurt and suffering, the sacrifice. We offered comfort to doctors, nurses, frontline workers, survivors, families, and communities. And COVID-19 remains an unprecedented global health crisis that has shaken the foundations of economic, political, and social security. I'll just share this with our colleagues. One analysis of premature and excess mortality estimates over 20 million years of life have been lost. According to the World Bank, the pandemic pushed 124 million people into extreme poverty. And the Economist estimates that 2 years of COVID-19 will cause, as my colleague Mr. Turnbull said, a downturn twice as deep as the Great Recession. Yet here we are with a partisan motion focused on scoring political points. And again, I would just say that I will support the amendments that Mr. Turnbull has brought forward. Oh, wrong place for this?
Yes, Dr. Duncan. Just
better?
a little bit higher. Yeah, because it was popping.
Sorry, my apologies to the interpreters. And Madam Chair, can I just ask what time we will be going to because of question period before I continue?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. You're right, it's 2:01, so it's really up to the committee if you would like to suspend for question period, come back, or suspend until Thursday's meeting. We'd have to have consensus from the committee for that.
Should I ask that question, Madam Chair, or are you asking that question?
I'm asking that question right now and just taking a look. I'm seeing some nodding in the negative.
Okay, so
just continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The point is, none of us will ever forget 2020. It's been a year of tears, tragedies, and trials. The pandemic turned our lives upside down. Under lockdowns, office buildings emptied, streets quieted, and schools closed. And Canadians and communities adapted. There are so many Canadians to thank for adapting. Health workers like William Osler Health System and the Rexdale Community Health Center in our Etobicoke North community for their dedication and sacrifice, as well as other essential workers who kept our country running. Canadians across the country who learned to work, learn, and live in new ways. They followed science, public health and safety protocols, and they stood up to COVID-19 deniers and disinformation. They all help save lives. Yet instead of focusing on the pandemic that continues to rage with new waves of sickness and death, we have a motion before this committee that focuses on politics. And again, I will support, of course, my colleague, Mr. Turnbull's recommendation. Every day, Canadians are becoming sick with COVID-19, being hospitalized, and they are dying. We are still fighting the pandemic. A few days ago, the Director General of the World Health Organization made the point that after 6 weeks of declining cases in January and February, we are now on track for a fourth consecutive week of increasing cases. Cases globally are increasing in most regions. And while the number of deaths is still declining, it is doing so at a slower rate. The Director General explained that these are worrying trends due to the variants, opening up of societies, and inequitable vaccine rollout. But thankfully, here in Canada, the largest immunization campaign in our country's history is well underway. According to our country's top vaccine coordinator, there should be enough COVID-19 vaccines available to give every Canadian who's eligible a first dose by the end of June. The pandemic isn't over. And until all Canadians have access to a safe and effective vaccine, we all need to continue to follow public health advice. That means working from home if you can, keeping 2 meters apart from others, wearing a mask, and downloading the COVID Alert app. COVID-19 is the most challenging crisis we have faced since World War II. It is not finished, and the global vaccine rollout has been far from even and fair. And yet we have a motion aimed at scoring political points. We have new variants. And even if we suppress the virus in one country, but it is allowed to spread to other parts of the world, the variants can cause new outbreaks, and even in countries that seem to have the virus under control. Vaccines are necessary to help the world move from locking down societies to locking down the virus. But many low-income countries have not yet received a single dose of vaccine. And there are many examples of vaccine hoarding. If we do not ensure vaccine equity, the virus will continue to spread, to mutate, and will ultimately prolong the pandemic, our vulnerability with devastating impacts. Canada has agreed to top up its funding for vaccine rollouts in lower income countries, pledging $75 million more for the COVAX International Vaccine Sharing Program. As our wealthy countries step up their commitment, the new pledge brings Canada's total contribution to $940 million. We must remember that we are one human family. We are interdependent, and what happens to one person can quickly affect many others. We only have to remember a cluster of pneumonia cases just over a year ago has translated into almost 123 million confirmed cases of COVID-19 and 2.8 million deaths. That's a real increase since our last meeting. As of March 19th, over 390 million vaccine doses had been administered worldwide. And while the world needs to unite to produce and distribute sufficient vaccines for all, which means at least doubling manufacturing capacity around this world, this committee is arguing about partisan politics. We have to keep fighting COVID-19 and rolling out the vaccine to as many Canadians who want it and as quickly as possible. We have to stay focused on what matters most to Canadians, their health and safety, jobs, livelihoods, and the economic recovery. Each of us here knows COVID-19 very personally. We have to think about the children. Just think what the pandemic has meant to them. Imagine being age 5 and COVID-19 having taken up 20% of your life, with having to stare at a screen to learn, not seeing your friends, playing in the schoolyard, or attending birthday parties. Imagine being age 15 and COVID-19 having taken up about 7% of your life, with lost connections to lifelong friends, lost activities and lessons, mental stress, and uncertainty about the future. We have asked so much of children and young people. Life and health are precious. People of all ages are valuable. I think of seniors, and everyone will remember Captain Tom Moore. As he approached his 100th birthday, he decided to try and raise £1,000 for the United Kingdom's National Health Service by completing 100 laps of his garden. He ended up raising more than 30 million pounds and received a knighthood for his service. Captain Tom, Sir Tom, became a symbol of hope for millions around the world. He demonstrated that although older people are among the most at risk from COVID-19, they make incredible contributions to our society. Closer to home in our Etobicoke North community, our seniors make a real difference. In brighter times, volunteering at hospitals, teaching language and culture, tending community gardens, and looking after the next generation. We also have wonderful seniors clubs in Etobicoke North. Many of them meet daily, and they talk, play bingo, cards, and they eat and pray together. They are there for one another. They are there for one another. They support each other, and they deliver food to one another when they are sick or grieving. The clubs are lifelines. But it's COVID-19 right now. It's hard times, and our clubs cannot meet. Seniors have lost their connections, friendships, and their lifelines. COVID-19 not only changed seniors' daily routines, but also the care and support they receive and how they are perceived. My heart breaks for those in long-term care. During the first wave of COVID-19, 70% of the deaths were in those over age 80, or about twice the rates of other developed countries. And it tragically happened again in wave 2. The greatest tragedy of this pandemic is the lives lost in long-term care homes. We have to root out a dangerous narrative that older people are frail, vulnerable, and dispensable. This is absolutely wrong. Seniors help build the country that we have inherited, and they deserve to be safe, to live with dignity and respect, and to receive the care and support they need. Although long-term care falls under provincial and territorial jurisdiction, our government will take any action it can to support seniors while working alongside the provinces and territories. Our government will work with Parliament on criminal code amendments to explicitly penalize those who neglect seniors under their care, putting them in danger. Our government will also work with the provinces and territories to set new national standards for long-term care so that seniors get the best support possible, and will take additional action to help people stay in their homes longer. COVID-19 also hammered home that we need to address poverty, inequality, hunger, and violence against women. And I know both my colleagues, Mr. Turnbull and Ms. Petty-Pollitt-Taylor, have spoken eloquently about both issues in the past. Yet instead of staying focused on Canadians and their needs, we have a political motion. Responding to COVID-19, recovering from the virus, learning lessons, and preparing for the future, that should be our focus. It should remain our focus. We have all been touched by the pandemic, and we have to learn from the crisis. We can't forget what we've all been through. We need to prepare for the future. And this includes our work at this very committee. Lessons learned in pandemic preparedness should be a focus of this committee.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order.
Yes.
Thank you. And I hate interrupting. I normally don't do this, and I apologize to Dr. Duncan. However, I do feel it's important to remind her and all committee members about the rules of relevance. And while I take no issue with any of the comments she's making regarding the health and safety of Canadians, we are really talking about an amendment dealing with prorogation. And I would appreciate if we can continue this discussion, but focusing on the main issue of the amendment.
And I know there's been a lot of points of order to relevance. Now, I don't know how Ms. Duncan feels about the amendment, but if she was of the I guess opinion that the study should be brought to an end and we shouldn't be bringing witnesses forward, then I think her comments might be relevant.
My point is, Madam Chair, we are speaking to the amendment, and that's all I'm trying to get at here. I have no issue whatsoever with Dr. Duncan speaking, as long as it's relevant to the amendment, which is, of course, central to prorogation. And if we can focus our remarks on that, then I think this discussion would be much better served.
Okay, and perhaps Dr. Duncan can inform us as to how her remarks are relevant to this study coming to an end or continuing with the witnesses we have, whether they're in the ones being called forward in the amendment.
Thank you. Madam Chair, can I just have clarification? And I apologize, I do not know the rules, dear colleagues here. Do we break for question period or does this continue?
It's up to the committee of whether we break for question period or suspend at any point or adjourn. I am, however, required to suspend in the case of votes. So that's the only time that I would have to suspend the committee for at least that point of time. The rest would be up to the committee. So far, since we didn't have the consent of the committee, we're moving forward with our meeting of March 9th.
Okay, thank you. I think this is really relevant. We are speaking about an amendment to the motion that the Conservatives did bring forward. And it's important that I obviously support the amendment, but I think we also have to address the original motion. And we really should be focused on the crisis that's ahead of us rather than on politics, because there will be a next time. Pandemics are not a matter of if.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Ms. Vecchio?
Yeah, specifically when we are doing a sub-amendment, it's specifically to the sub-amendment. We can go back to the original motion once we have actually voted on this. So we should keep it really tight to the fact that they want to invite the Wee brothers and all of those other, and just dismiss the Prime Minister from coming. So if we could keep it focused on these new people that they would like instead. Thank you.
Okay, and once again, it depends on whether, I'm not going to assume who's supporting or not supporting, but however you find it relevant to that sub-amendment. Ms. Vecchio is correct. We are on the sub-amendment. Or we're on the amendment, sorry, not sub-amendment. So sorry, Ms. Vecchio, I think you had mentioned sub, and I got that in my head, but we're on the amendment to the original motion. That's correct.
Thank you. I find it very strange and somewhat disturbing. Sorry, Madam Chair. I really would like to continue, and I will make this relevant. We have to, I support what my colleague, Mr. Turnbull, has brought forward. But this committee cannot forget what this country is facing. And that pandemics are a matter of if, but when. My greatest fear is that we will forget. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry.
Sorry, I know we've made you lose track of your thought that you were on.
Yes,
but you can take a minute.
Could I have a minute? I have indeed lost track of where I was. I'm not used to being interrupted. And I'm very careful about not interrupting my colleagues as well. Dear colleagues, I'm really asking that we think about what is most relevant to Canadians at this time. And we have to learn the lessons. We have to be prepared for next time. I'll support the amendment. I'll support the motion, but we cannot forget what we've all been through. If there were ever to be an election, would a new parliament study the pandemic response? Would they identify lessons learned and implement change so that we are better prepared for next time? And I really would like to share a few of the lessons. We have to, and this is something we can be asking colleagues, we have to understand what is known and not known. When dealing with a new disease, it's important to acknowledge that not everything is known at the beginning, and that with new science and data, information will likely change, and there will likely need to be adjustments and guidelines, policies, and recommendations. If we look at what was known last January versus what is known today, there are a lot of differences. The roles of aerosols, the role of indoor versus outdoor spaces, the role of masks. Scientific knowledge evolves over time, and decision makers have to be open, flexible, and willing to change course. And decision makers must stay humble in the face of a new virus. We have to understand that misinformation is common when there's a new disease. When people are scared, it's easy for false ideas to spread. And I'm going to tie this right back into the amendment. If we look back at the start of the AIDS pandemic, people thought HIV could spread just by being close to someone infected. And many believed that only members of the LGBTQ community could get the disease. Just to be clear, we know both of these ideas are absolutely false. As the world fought COVID-19, we saw a dangerous proliferation of harmful falsehoods and lies. Conspiracy theories infected the internet. Hatred went viral, stigmatizing and vilifying people and groups. And what we really needed was science, solidarity, and trust in institutions. And we have to stop blaming others. COVID-19 was traced back to Wuhan, China, and we've heard the disease called by egregious names. And as a result, we have seen an increase in discrimination and violence against Asian people. Data from Statistics Canada in July 2020 suggested that Canadians with Asian backgrounds were more likely to report noticing increased racial or ethnic harassment during the pandemic. The largest increase was seen among people of Chinese, Korean, and South Asian descent. A separate report prepared by the Chinese Canadian National Council in September 2020 found that Canadians had reported more anti-Asian racist incidents per capita than the United States since the start of the pandemic. Just last week, 8 people were killed by a white gunman at several massage parlors in Atlanta, Georgia. 6 of the victims were Asian American women. The shooting sparked outrage around the world, putting a spotlight on the rise of anti-Asian racism fueled by the COVID-19 pandemic. The shooting sparked outrage around the world, putting a spotlight on the rise of anti-Asian racism. Our colleagues from across our parties have also spoken publicly about the discrimination they themselves have faced. And yesterday, once again, we were all able to come together as Canadian members of Parliament and pass a motion to condemn the rise of anti-Asian racism and racist attacks in North America, and to express our unanimous horror at the shootings in Georgia. And again, so it would be very relevant with the amendments that Mr. Turnbull has put on the table to have our colleagues back. And I think, Madam Chair, with that, I will cede the floor to my extraordinary colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duncan. Monsieur Lauzon, you're next on the speakers list, and then Madame.
Well, thank you very much, Doctor, for your remark. Very interesting.
I would like to come back to the amendment of my colleague, Ryan. Indeed, at the outset today, I defined very precisely the non-relevance, the irrelevance of having the Prime Minister appear before us. The other motions were presented. There again, people were asking for the Prime Minister to appear before us, and Ryan has proposed very interesting alternatives. Paragraph A, to not renew the invitation issued to the Prime Minister to have him appear before the committee. We well recall the reasons why, since prorogation, we established that it was not necessary to hear the Prime Minister. It's all the more so the case because Pablo Rodriguez appeared on the part of the government. So what is important to understand in paragraph A is that we nevertheless, with this amendment, have made some concessions. Ryan was able to demonstrate, instead of putting out our position, which was to abolish this and move forward, he made a great step forward, replacing paragraph B, which would renew the invitations issued to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, as well as the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth. And they would be appearing for 90 minutes. You already know the answer. In any event, I would vote in favor of Ryan's amendment with all due respect, but you already know my position that I deem that their presence is not necessary. But to put forward my vision that I shared with you about the work that our committee could do, I wanted to reinforce the ideas that we could put in place to help the committee move forward. And I believe that this concession is the greatest one, the broadest one I could make, and I'm prepared to defend my points, tying them in directly with the motion pertaining to the study Ms. Vecchio would like the committee to pursue. In paragraph C, there are some changes made, but Ryan is nevertheless retaining the very essence of the proposal. Mr. Turnbull said that by replacing paragraph C, there would be a renewal of the invitations issued to Bill Murnau, Craig and Mark Kilberger, the two brothers, each to appear before the committee for at least 90 minutes. And I believe that this would well round out the series of appearances of witnesses that we could have in the context of this study, the hope being that you will accept this motion, not this motion, but this amendment to the motion put forward by Ryan, such that we could turn the page and move forward with the idea that we have of dealing with other issues. And we're coming from way, way back with this motion because we must remember where we're coming from in order to be able to arrive at a decision with regard to the proposal made by my colleague, Ryan Turnbull. But we must remember this. I came into the study late, but you were holding meetings back on December 10th to deal with this motion. And already then, on December 10th, even before all of the rest rolled out, the cause had already been defined. It was the We Charity issue. And despite the numerous nuances brought by various witnesses, no one moved away from the orientation and the idea that the prorogation initiative was based on. And we've had 100 days since then. We've evolved. And since then, we've heard several witnesses before several committees. And we have to take into account the fact that it's not just our committee that's moving forward.
There's also committees within our government that have asked the same questions to the same people in different committees. But we have to talk to one another. The left hand has to talk to the right hand. We have to figure out what's going on elsewhere to better move forward. And compared to a private company, in private companies, there's no overlap. If we want a good economic recovery to fight the pandemic in the private sector, and I've been on boards of directors, what I can say is that there's very little overlap. There's no losing time. People just go forward with innovative ideas, and we have to be very imaginative. Now, the way in which we're managing PROC, while we are private business, well, we would no doubt go bankrupt. We don't need a company's CEO to be put in the spotlight for purely political reasons and objectives. It's like taking the opportunity to say, well, we prorogued government for very specific reasons, and today on Ryan Turnbull's table, I believe that we have an alternative. That goes too far, but it's still an alternative that shows a team effort whereby we would all move forwards together. And I'm convinced that we will all be winners by including everything that has been said, everything that has been done up until now. And I would also like to thank your excellent work before I arrived and the excellent work of all those who took the time to draft the document line by line, which allowed me to catch up with your level of knowledge. And I'm convinced that my readings mean that I can be just as informed as a member that was here at the beginning. And in this amendment, in the amendment to the motion that makes it more viable, more humane, and more possible, I am of the sincere belief that this amendment will mean that together we will be able to demonstrate to other committees, to our organization, that we can work consensually and to sometimes put politics to the side. I really want to move forward with this committee, and I would like to remind you that for the past about 100 days, you started this process about 105 days ago. What I can say is that there has been a lot of water under the bridge. And I could enter the nuances put forward by various witnesses, but a number of witnesses already at the time, on the 10th of December, already had preconceived ideas on the final decision or the recommendations that would be put forward by this committee. So I'd like to make a difference between the position we have now and Ryan Turnbull's amendment with the position that the committee had on the 10th of December. Now, what progress has been made since then? And will it be the result of all the witnesses that we've heard? Even if you don't want to? I know that the PROC committee is independent, but we still need to have a different view on other committees so that we can understand how we at PROC can move forward. We don't depend on finance. We're not tributary to the ethics committee. What I am saying is that by listening what the witnesses had to say and hearing what other committees asked, we can add information to our report saying that we've met the range of witnesses on the list and that we mentioned the questions and answers of Pablo Rodriguez, the question and answers of the Deputy Prime Minister and the Diversity, Inclusion and Youth Minister. This also includes the Minister for Finance because of her various titles. I believe that with this amendment here before us, Ryan Turnbull's amendment, I believe that today we are in a position where we have to make a tangible decision on the nuance between what happened at the beginning on the 10th of December and what is happening today. 100 days is a lot in government. On-the-spot decisions wouldn't have been possible. What is for sure is that we are not in the private sector, we are government. When I first came into politics, I remember that I came from the private sector, and when I arrived in politics in 2009, I thought that there would be two speeds. And I found it difficult to adapt myself to the political cadence, which was a lot of talk. But I realized that going too quickly in politics is dangerous and leads us to errors. This comes back to my initial points. Yes, indeed, we've recognized that mistakes have been made, and this is from everyone, even myself. I'm one of the first guilty parties. The Anglophones say, I'm here to raise the flag.
Of them. J'ai manqué.
But I missed a couple of the flags. I missed raising the flag a number of times.
Flag arrived. So
I really missed the opportunity when bills had been tabled. That would mean that a worker coming from the south could have received $1,000 for his or her quarantine. So we absolutely have to take a step back. I would like to highlight what Ms. Kathy Brock had to say. She is a professor at the Queen's University Political Science Department. She talked about the fundamental reason. And making the Prime Minister come before us is not going to change anything. The August prorogation was to go tabula rasa, but it was also to focus on the government's priority. The situation has changed. Now, second of all, if we have a look at the situation in 2020, we had a tired government, a government under heavy pressure. We answered all questions. The opposition put forward issues. And it's the same issues that we have in our ridings as well. Every day we had meetings to try and understand and find solutions. I've never seen so much accessibility to the administration to try and find solutions together. The reason for which we prorogued will change absolutely nothing today, 100 days after the beginning of this study. Absolutely nothing. So what Ryan has put forward is perfectly acceptable, yes. And the Queen's University professor also said that tabula rasa is one thing, but second of all, if you have a look at today's situation, the government and the public service has been able to take a step back, to take a bit of a breather, to start fresh. Pandemic politics is very difficult to navigate. And we were the population's punching bag throughout. And receiving these hits as a human is kind of tough, especially in ridings that have many seniors, that are in long-term care centres or retirement homes. This means that they are our builders. It's our grandparents, our acquaintances, our friends. It's perhaps your best friend's father and mother. Taking this step backwards was a thank you. So thank you for this prorogation. Thank you for starting with a vote of confidence and a new speech from the throne. Thank you for having thought about us. Thank you for having thought about the Canadian population. That's how we should see it. Now, I understand the political play behind all of this. But Ryan's openness with his amendment to this motion means that, once again, we are demonstrating the possibility of moving forwards with other files that we would like to deal with. Prorogation has nonetheless allowed the government to take a step back, breathe a bit, and establish priorities for the good of all Canadians. Again, because of this COVID pandemic and for our economic recovery. I talked about seniors who suffered a lot, and schools have suffered, and parents have suffered because they have their children at home. But let us not forget our retailers, our SMEs, our rural areas, remote areas, isolated areas. And the further out you are, the more you've been affected. And I will repeat it over and over again. We won't save all of industry. We won't save all businesses. But we have done everything that we can. And we have done it again today by extending our help to companies, to see how this will have an effect on my riding and your ridings. But all of this came from thinking that happened during prorogation, which means that today we have to put things in perspective. We have to accept Ryan Turnbull's amendment. Now we have two options before us. We might vote yes to this amendment, and then we will be able to move forward to show that we are a team. Or we can vote no by bringing other amendments, or by opening debate, or by proposing other amendments or modifications that are even stronger. What I say, as MP, I'm ready to debate as long as possible. If we have to debate until the next election, that's what we'll do. Because this kind of situation must not pass before us without work, and I'm ready to work and debate as much as necessary. But what is important is to understand how it was important on the 10th of December. Today, we must study the relevance, for example, of the witnesses heard by other committees, or what you heard as government. We have a whole range of testimony that came up in this study. And we also have Pablo Rodriguez that represented us. He represented the government. Now, we have to absolutely move forwards and ensure that we move on to a new file. Now, I talked about prorogation, but I would also like to insist in the report that I've read, a very important report put forward by a professor from the University of Fraser Valley.
She spoke about the prorogation, and we're talking about the 10th of December. So this is why I'm making a link between the 10th of December and today, because things have changed. So she mentions that we can say that COVID-19 justified a new session and that we needed a new throne speech in order to present a new legislative agenda. What happened since then? We have been told that prorogation should have happened earlier. We adjusted since December 10th. We helped the population. And let's just speak about the vaccines. Maybe the vaccine issue should trigger a prorogation to be able to prepare the vaccine deployment. So this is not about good or bad timing. It had to happen. At the time, it was said that it was totally justified to have a prorogation. In spite of all testimonies in that sense, members of the opposition kept saying during the meetings since December 10th until today that it's only about the We Charity issue. It's all about We Charity. In spite of everything that has been said at FINA, at ETHI, people are not talking about We Charity. People are not talking about the We scandal. Nobody is talking about prorogation and the reasons for prorogation. Nobody. My colleagues mentioned that already. Mr. Turnbull clearly mentioned that his constituents never talked about anything else, or rather about prorogation and the reasons for prorogation. Our constituents are not talking about that. Ryan tabled a motion that I wouldn't have put forward myself, an amendment to a motion that I wouldn't have put forward myself, but I'm ready to support it. I'm ready to say to Ryan, what you have put forward is totally valid. You showed good faith in the amendment that you put. So I don't mind repeating myself. It looks like you will not change your mind, and I'm saying this to the members of the opposition, that you're trying to make We Charity a scandal in spite of what the people want. And we will not let that go through. Your mind is set up already. So I do not understand the relevance of having the Prime Minister here, political staff, and citizens that tried to help other people. There are MPs who already have their opinions formed. So I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's good. I don't think that we should have those people to trap them into a political war. So once again, I want to remind everyone, and I don't mind repeating it, there is a report that has been done on this. Prorogation happened in August 2020. The COVID-19 pandemic happened in October. I'm talking about a document of about 40 pages. So the Prime Minister has done a report on this. This is 40 pages. If you haven't read it, you should. It's very well explained. And the Prime Minister didn't have to justify himself. He took the time to testify. He was ready to do it before you asked him to. So he explained very clearly why there was a prorogation. He wanted to give some air, some breathing space to public servants so that they could come with better ideas and better solutions and to avoid mistakes. Because when you do mistakes, it's because you are going too fast. And of course, it happens. It happens with our employees. It happens with our staff, with our colleagues. Sometimes it's just a word in a sentence. It's one little note, one little thing that will be extracted from a sentence. The line is very fine. We need to put in place and implement policies that will have an impact on millions of people. My father used to say that to hurt someone, you needed to hurt either their family or their money. And the pandemic did both. It had an impact on seniors, on workers, on businesses, and indirectly, it also affected families that were isolated, people who got sick. One of my close friends got COVID, and he's a young man. He's about 40 years old, and today he has not recovered. Every week he's tired, and he has not recovered. He had COVID several months ago, so the disease leaves traces. He works in a school, in a primary school, and also, of course, this has an impact COVID has an impact on students, on teachers, and he is personally affected. As a principal, he is not able to go through his week without being extremely tired. And this is the reality that we're going through today. We absolutely need to have a program with emotion that will be accepted by all. I think that we have to leave soon for votes. I'm not
want to go too fast. I didn't read anything, but what about the vote? Can you tell me if we have a vote at 3 o'clock?
Yes, we have a vote at 3 o'clock. If you want, you have the floor until 3, but at that point, we'll have to
Okay, so
suspend this meeting for the
you'll
vote.
cut me off for the vote, okay?
Yeah.
Don't
I
be
will.
shy. I don't want to miss the vote.
No, I won't let you miss the vote.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
For the reminder as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I was just scared about the vote, guys. Sorry about this. I was thinking that I don't want to be responsible to miss the vote for all of you. Moi, je veux juste.
So I want to go back to the report. It shows that the motion is not relevant. Ryan decided to make things easier, to make things more easy, and to find a compromise. About the motion that the amendment to the motion that my colleague put forward. If my party had asked, I would have thought twice before tabling it, because I think that we should just remove the motion and move forward. But I understand this is just a negotiation, just like between a union and employers. So we need to discuss, we need to have discussions because it's extremely important. We absolutely need to reach a consensus. I know that we have several motions on the table. Usually I print out the motion. I have the motion, I have the original motion with the amendment to it, and then usually I compare what Ms. Vecchio tabled with the other motions tabled by other colleagues. And usually I compare the amendment to the motion put forward by Ryan. I did that for all motions. This is my working method when there are negotiations. What I can tell you that there's been
motion that we have on the table right now, and I think that Ryan Turbell motion is the best one for now, and I think we should all work together and go for it for this kind of motion. Écoutez,
in spite of all testimonies that we received, that I have been able to read, actually, because I wasn't there myself, since December 10th. The preconceived idea is the trigger for today. So having witnesses again, it won't change anything. In spite of everything that has happened, the waves, the vaccines, what happened in different provinces, we it cannot be said that it's because of We Charity that Parliament was prorogued. In spite of everything that will be said, members of the opposition won't change their minds. So Ryan tabled a motion, and it shows a clear will to find consensus So if we ask the Prime Minister to appear, of course, I will be against. We agreed to have the Deputy Prime Minister. In 2015, the government committed to change the rules so that any future federal government shows transparency to Canadians in all aspects of governance, including prorogation. This was not an obligation. It was the result of all prorogations that were done. What has been said often about prorogation is that it wasn't justified, and no justification was provided. A time was chosen, and nobody talked about prorogation in committees. So we committed to ourselves to transparency, and we are binded by that. And we committed to present a report on the reasons why Parliament was prorogued in August 2020. The report is a testimony itself. It's as if the Prime Minister was here to come and explain to us, but in written form, why prorogation happened. So how is that any different? Why would the Prime Minister come here with his written report to explain the same thing that is in the report? Well, people want to some people want to show that prorogation was motivated by the We Charity issue.
Des milliers, des centaines et des centaines de personnes que j'ai parlé en fin de semaine, personne m'en a parlé.
Thousand people I talked to me about this, and we're very lucky that nobody is questioning this prorogation. Because people are really interested in good things. They are interested in vaccines, in rules. They are interested in jobs, in the economic balance. And we shouldn't knock on doors or phone people, and then people would say, well, Mr. Member, I have really questions about the reasons why there was a prorogation of Parliament. And then we would be in trouble. But it won't happen because it doesn't have any influence to people's lives. And what we say in committee, usually people don't listen to it. They are not listening at all. So somebody who would come and listen to this would tell us, well, this is kind of child's play. Could we move on? Could we take Ryan Turnbull's amendment? But this is our decision. It won't be people's decision because they won't vote on Mr. Turnbull's motion. Nothing can move our government forward, and just saying that it's politics. It was politics. And it's more than 100 days, more than 100 days. today these witnesses came. Perhaps not in our committee, but they came before some other committee. But it's our turn to say, well, can we pass? Can we go? Can we move on? And that's what Mr. Turnbull's amendment said. Well, can we move on?
Are you wrapping up, Mr. Luzon?
Yeah, okay. Bon, rapidement.
So quickly and concretely, to finish, conclude. Well, maybe a new one. And I might not be as engaged in all this because some people are here since a long time. But I know enough to ask of you that we move on and that we accept, at the very least, the recommendation and the amendment to the motion put forward by Mr. Turnbull. And thank you for listening to me.
Luzon, and like I said, since there's a vote taking place now, and everyone needs time to log on to the other system, I'm sure, and sometimes there could be problems with that. Therefore, I think it's an appropriate time for us to now suspend the meeting, and we'll see you all back on Thursday.
Madam Chair. I don't think there's consent to suspend the meeting indefinitely. I would be more than happy to return immediately following the vote, and I think the will of the committee would be the same.
Okay, we are already suspended. So